Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid, I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Ice camera bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sara, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live Throwdown Thursday. This evening's topic is going to be radical feminism. And of course, I have the lovely Fairy Queen joining me this evening to talk all sorts about it. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. That's what I was thinking. I thought that was kind of a
Yeah.
a little cheeky little thing for it because so many people kind of try to harness the traditional past, and it's kind of like I don't think we're there anymore. And I think there's some point of like a little bit of progression and a little bit of traditionalism all mixed into one, and we're wrapping our heads around all of this and kind of rediscovering who we are as Americans and people and a society all over again, right?
Yeah. And I think that the analogy that you used, like the Wizard of Oz, it's a really good one. It's a really clever one, especially because it's an old analogy, right? It's an older book. It's a book that like a lot of people, I remember my mom growing up, she used to say that like the Wizard of Oz, it was one of the few movies that came on television every year. So it was one of her favorite movies because it was one of the very few
Oh.
movies that she got to see every single year. So it's and yet the whole point of the book, like as you said, like it's about rejuvenation, right? It's about
Mhm.
going on a journey, right? It's about rediscovering yourself. It's the transition, between the sepia gray tone canvas, of
Mhm.
Kansas, compared to the glittering candy jewel.
I love how you interpreted that so
Yeah.
well. I don't think I could have done it better. I don't think I could have. Oh my goodness. Like I feel like you took my exact thoughts out of my brain and just spit them out verbally. It was beautiful. I like sometimes when I think of interpreting titles and coming up with something to kind of cliche it a little bit, I feel like I put so much thought into it and nobody gets it, but I have so much more appreciation for you now.
Yeah, no, the analogy, it really, really works. It's really cool. And, it works too. Like it's true too, because I think you're right. I think that is what's happening. I think that like we are having a weird kind of Wizard of Oz moment where
Yeah.
the way that we're making things new, the way that the future is becoming the future is by indulging and reinventing aspects of the past. They are
Mhm.
becoming new, they're becoming reinvented. There was an article that was written by Tony Blair, and he was talking about our modern moment. It was one of the anti-wokeism pieces you can imagine. Okay.
Mhm.
And one of the things that he said in it that was really interesting, he talked about Marxism specifically, and he said, it's a museum piece. Okay. It's old, this is old, this was student activism, back in the 60s. Okay. You're
Right.
not supposed to be thinking about this. Why are you using these slogans? Why are you using this? Well, it's because the 60s are back. The 70s are back,
Oh goodness.
You know,
All right. Oh, I feel like the 90s are making a comeback though.
well, that's the thing, right? All of this is making a comeback, right? It's like it's sort of like it's like we're on reset,
Mhm.
and I think radical feminism is like that too. I think that like it's similar to that because it used to be that being anti-porn, being anti-prostitution, being anti, like these types of positions, like that brand of feminism, almost nobody was that type of feminist. That type of
Really?
feminism was, and it still is unpopular, but it was even more unpopular like 10 or like 20 years ago. Like I remember when I was growing up, like I had no idea that you could be those things and also
Right.
like be a feminist. Like I wasn't, and I also knew that like the women who are known today as prominent radical feminists, when I was growing up, I remember people thought of those women as crazy. They were described, you know, as crazy women, as women who had really extreme, you know, insane beliefs. You know, these were the bra burners, right? These were the extreme women, you know, the women of the second wave, okay? They were the crazy ones, okay? But it turns out, you know, that if you actually sit down and if you actually watch, you know, it's like some of these feminists, you know, like, and I mean, I don't mean like a clip of their interviews, but I mean like hours and hours and hours of their footage, which is on YouTube. You know, if you watch like their actual full interviews, if you actually sit down and read their books, okay, some of their claims are strange and some of them are weird and gross. Like that definitely is true, but they're not nearly as insane or as gross as people make them out to be. They're just more complicated and more nuanced to explain. Like they're just not easy slogans to spit out like really quickly. So one example of this would be Andrea Dworkin. So she was a very, so for those of you who don't know, Andrea Dworkin was a very famous radical feminism of really the 90s, like is really like her heyday. And she was well known because she tried to make pornography illegal in the United States. She advocated for it being a civil rights
Illegal?
Illegal, yes.
Okay.
She campaigned to make it illegal. She said it was a civil rights violation against women. She went with a very famous lawyer whose name was Catherine McKinnon. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Catherine McKinnon is important. She was another radical feminist. She's still alive. She is the reason why you have Title V in the United States. Yep. Sexual harassment, like in the universities, within the work, like a lot of like, in some cases, like in the workplace, it's because of Catherine McKinnon. Like she was one of the big attorneys, like out of the second wave that helped to make a lot of legislation for women possible. She and Andrea Dworkin tried to push this for pornography, but it didn't work. One of Dworkin's claims that she made like during the 90s was one of the things that she was known for that made people not want to touch her with a 10-foot pole is she was known for a long time of saying all sex is rape. And that was the take that people knew Dworkin for. They knew her, oh, she's the crazy feminist who says that all sex is rape. And that is, you know, that's her take, okay?
Wow.
This is not Dworkin's take, okay? That is not what Dworkin said, okay? What Dworkin said, Dworkin wrote a book that was called Intercourse. And in this book, what she claimed is something that I think is true, which is that women are judged based off of the type of sex that they have in society. And not just women, but all people are. But women especially, because women are the, for lack of a better word, the receptive partner, like during sex. And the way that we understand what it is to be the receptive partner, to be the person, I mean, I hate to say it, but the pregnant person, okay?
Right.
There is social meaning attached to that. And the meaning that's attached to that is that makes you a lesser being because you are the person taking it instead of giving it. And unfortunately, because that's the case, it makes it very difficult, according to Dworkin, it makes it difficult for men to respect women, and it makes it difficult for men to respect women because how do you explain, you know, like, you know, you have all of these legal rights, you know, you can run for president, you know, you can own your own business, you can do all of these things. Well, if you can do all of these things, like, why is it, you know, that you have all of the, like, why don't these men still respect you? And it's in part because, you know, you're 5 foot something, you know, and 120 or 130 something pounds, which is part of the reason why, right? But the other reason why, like one of the reasons why that she gives is because sex is attached to social meeting, like in the minds of most people in this sense, okay? And that I think is true. And I think it's unfortunate that it's true. You know, I think it's sad that it's true. But I do think that, unfortunately, the type of the way that women have sex with men informs the way that men think about women. I think that's just, and I don't know that there's a way really to resolve that. I just think that that is the way that it is.
Well, and I mean, it's been like that since the beginning of men and women, right? So there's kind of no way around that. I mean, if even there were a resolution, it's kind of would we consider it a stigma then, or would you consider it just kind of it's a perception because of that fact, that women, like, we are like, they take us, right, in that aspect, I guess. Like, I don't know, what would the workaround be then?
Well, I don't.
If there even was one to change the mental dynamic or perception behind that.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to think about the history of how we think about sex, because, like, even like what you just said right now, like, he's taking you, right? Like, you're being taken in some way. Like, it's interesting to think about that from a historical perspective about how we think about sex. I know we think of, like, we understand today, sperm meets egg, it's two people, right? But if you think about it from the history of the church, like the Roman Catholic Church, like that perspective about like what it is to have sex, part of the reason I think, and I don't know that this is true, but I think this is true, find why there is this idea of men and women becoming like one person. Okay, you become one flesh, one body. Okay, like that is what it is to have sex. That is what it is to be married. Okay, it is, you are two halves, right, that become one person, that become combined in one person. Like, why is there that language? Like, why does that language exist in the first place? And is it actually true that you become one person? Well, in a very physical sense, that's not at all true, right? And part of, I think, the reason why we have that language is because of the historic understanding of sex. So historically, women were understood to be eunuchs. They were understood to sort of be malformed, visions of men. Okay, like, basically, female genitalia, it was basically viewed as male genitalia that was deformed or that had gone wrong in some way.
Really?
Yes. They thought that, for lack of a better word, they thought that like female vulvas, okay, were basically male genitalia that like was like
we've got an innie, they've got an outie.
Basically, yes, okay. I don't mean to be gross, but that is basically the understanding, okay? The understanding, okay, is that basically like it's the same banana, okay? Inverted.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Inverted banana, okay? And actually, to be honest with you, like, I remember seeing a survey once that like talked about like men today, like how they think, the vagina works.
And they have no idea.
That's basically what they think it is. They think it's basically an inverted, like eggplant. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Isn't that hilarious? Yeah. But like, because that is the case, okay, that means that the default body, the default of what it is to be a person, it is to be a man. Okay. And that has huge implications, right? Psychological implications for how we think about like what it is to be a person. Isn't it just kind of interesting, isn't it? Like, when we think about like the creation of people as it being from God the Father. The Father, it's a paternal figure that creates you. But that isn't actually empirically like how we think about what it is to be made. Like, when I think about like what it is for a person to come into the world, we usually think about childbirth. We think about like a woman giving birth to a baby. It's not really a one-to-one.
Well, that's the physical concept, right? Which we could all accept that. Like, I mean, I'm Catholic, so I have a true belief that God made me a long, long time ago, before I was created in the twinkle of my daddy's eye. And I think that he has a plan for me, and I like, think that even my own children, like, there was a plan there, like he knew what I needed and how I needed to have it. So I think that that thought process could come based on if you have religious values or where your staples are, your childhood, your experiences, and how you view those. But yeah, I could understand the physical concept, right? We could gauge the general statement or general consensus as that's how babies are made. Mommy and daddy kissed, and then boom, baby comes out of belly. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, my family's. I mean, I think I mentioned this before. My family's very Catholic. My dad, on my dad's side of the family, is Irish Catholic. Actually, they all immigrated to the United States, like in I think the 50s is like when they came here, because my dad was born in 62. So that they literally Ellis Island. I believe Queens, but I'm not sure. Is like where they. My
Oh,
dad
that's neat.
Yeah, it was something else. So yeah, so big. So my dad's side, very big Catholic family. In fact, so Catholic. Here's the story. Okay, so my grandfather. I'm not going to tell you his first name for doxing reasons. Okay, but I will tell you his middle name. Okay, this is the middle name he was given. So in the early 1900s, there were concerns about like babies, dying before being baptized. Okay,
right.
Concerns, about their souls, not going to heaven. So the way that a lot of Irish families in the early 1900s handled this is they named their children, all of their children, male and female, with the middle name of Mary. They gave them the middle name of Mary because they hoped, that the Virgin Mary would bless them, bless their souls, and would protect them, from going into purgatory, and would basically send them to heaven instead. So my grandfather, had a very traditionally Irish name, which I cannot share with you, but we'll promise you, that if you saw it, you would be confused, you'd be very confused.
Middle name of Mary.
Yes.
That's so neat.
And you would probably very feasibly think that my grandfather was a woman, by looking at his name.
Because, oh my gosh.
Yeah. So he was actually.
So I guess a boy named Sue's not so bad.
Exactly. No.
Just a quick shout out to D coming in with the membership chat. He says, thanks for the content, Sarah. And thank you, D, for stopping by again. We love you here. And Chuck in Tennessee coming in with his membership for 5 whole months now. Tomato. We love you, Chuck. Glad you're here again. All right, go ahead, Fairy Queen.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he was sent to the women's quarters to sleep when he was on the boat. crossing the Atlantic. I don't know how that story ended. It is sadly lost to time, like since he has died. But I can't imagine that it went down very well.
So tie that into kind of our perception of sex and how babies are made and where we come up with, I guess this kind of ties into Title V a little bit too. And yeah, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah. So as far as, there are different things I could say about like religion and Catholicism. Like I will share with you, like I have my criticisms of Catholicism, but it's still my family. It's who my grandfather was. It's who my mother was. It's who my family is. So it still has like an important. It still plays an important role in my life. Even though I personally am not religiously Catholic. I would say a couple of things. I think that Catholicism, like and I don't think that this is just true about Catholicism. I'm just focusing on it because it's the religion that I grew up with and I was raised with. We often argue like in these spaces about like things being literally false. Like I think most of us are probably used to like the Jordan Peterson way of talking about religion. Like things being metaphorically true as opposed to simply being literally true or false. And I think most of us probably remember the Sam Harris, 4 horsemen of the atheist apocalypse, back like in the 2010s, the Matt Dillahunty, we all probably remember those days, from a long time ago. But I don't. And even though I'm an atheist because I don't think that God is literally true. I'm also an atheist because I don't think it makes metaphoric sense either. I don't think it works. I think that as an allegory or as an analogy, I don't think that it makes sense. I think that on a very basic level, I think that it, like, as I mentioned before, like the empiric reality, okay, that like people come from sex, okay, that is like where we come from, that is the answer to the question of like why we are here. I think that that's psychologically embarrassing for people. I think it's spiritually embarrassing to talk about and to admit. And it's not just physically embarrassing because like it's animalistic, because like sex, is kind of weird and gross. I think it's like it's psychologically embarrassing because it's like forces us to admit that a source of our creation like is this, it's not, being crafted with stardust. It's not, the moon and the galaxy, being used as like hammer and sickles, to craft us into being. It's that, you are made by sex, okay? And what does that mean? It means that your mother and your father chose to make you. They chose to come together to bring you into being, okay? And because this is the case, because I think that fact is embarrassing because it sort of unseats, our deified perception of like who we are and our place in the universe, because that is the case. I think that it causes, like men and women to put a lot of pressure on women to try to truss up, what our real nature is, like what we really are, what we really think, how we really feel, in order to better fit, into this narrative, about like who we are and where we come from. So women have to be sexually pure. Women have to be sweet. Women have to be feminine. Women have to be good, because women are the place where all the people come from. And I want to think that all of the people come from a place that is good, that is pure.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yep. And so therefore, if you can't be, bad or any of these things, because if you are any of these things, it means that the place that I come from, okay, is all of these things, which is bad. It's not just like it's easy to sort of think about this, purely in terms of like sort of physical disgust in a way, but I think it's deeper than that. I think it speaks to the core of who we are as people, And so
let me ask you, would there be anything wrong with being pure and, like being a virgin and getting married and having babies? Like, would there be anything wrong with that thought process?
I don't think that there's anything wrong with making the choice to be a virgin and to get married. And depending on who you are, well, let me put it to you this way. Actually, I think that depending on who you are, I think I could see the case like to be made for like waiting to staying a virgin until you find someone to spend the rest of your life with. Okay. I could see that being the case. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily feel the same way about waiting for marriage, even though it's practically the same thing. And the reason why is not because I'm against the idea of being monogamous with one person for the rest of your life, but I don't know. There's something about the idea of having to get married that just kind of feels a little, I don't know, like weird and controlling and kind of gross. Okay. Like, why do I need, like on the one hand, I love the idea of being with my family, with my mom and my dad, my brothers and sisters, and being with the person that I love and having a small party, and having a small celebration at a place. I get that. Right. But then I also think to myself, like, why do I need the community's permission? Why do I need all of you people's permission?
Well, is it necessarily obtaining their permission, or is it, hey, we've chosen to do something and we want you to be here to celebrate this with us? Right. I mean, like when I got married, we had a nice, not a crazy big wedding for sure by any means. It was like not even 100 people, very small, intimate, personable. We knew everybody's name in the room. And I didn't view it as getting, my ex-husband got permission from my dad. That was the only permission I was, okay with anybody obtaining. But as far as the rest of the community, I feel like it's kind of, we're sharing this gift of our, our families being together with you,
I think that like a lot of people perceive it that way, and I think that thankfully that is how marriage actually works in like in many and hopefully like in most cases. But I also think that Like, but why do we regulate marriage if that is true, right? Like, we regulate it because, like, we don't let just anyone get married, right? We don't just let, like, for obvious reasons, we don't let kids get married, right? But we also don't let people who are, delusional, people that, like, aren't, of sound mind, we don't let, just anyone get married. And we don't because we understand, that this is, a huge responsibility to be married. We understand there are benefits, financial benefits that come along with being married. There are also, social benefits that come along with being married. I mean, like,
Oh yeah. Oh
like big,
yeah. You become a completely different person. Not in a bad way by any means, but you're like, especially for a lady, there's a difference in being a single lady out on a Friday night versus being a married out on a Friday night with her husband. Like there's a totally different social perception to doing that. And I think it's a good thing, like to have that
yeah,
variation. I wouldn't consider it bad by any means. But I mean, I think that marriage is more regulated now. I mean, obviously, you were saying like to prevent people from, getting married who shouldn't be, like if they're 12 or something, or people marrying rocks or Eiffel Towers or dogs and
yeah,
things like that. But also, I think it's regulated through the states only because it now becomes a contract, and you become one entity when you get married, and then now there are benefits, tax breaks, so on and so forth. But then you also have the cause of like divorce too. So if there can't be a divorce if there isn't a written contract,
yeah.
right? So like that's how it kind of became, or I don't know how it became a thing, but like that's kind of the pieces that fall along the lines with it. Whereas getting married in a church, yes, you have that contract that's with you, God, and the church, and now the church holds you accountable to that marriage and those vows, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't affect your finances or insurance, tax, so on and so forth. So I think there's like a couple different variations between going from the church to the state regulation, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely different, but at the end of the day, like both of these types of regulations, like they're supposed to hold you accountable to the community, right?
Mhm.
It's about saying, you can't, and to an extent it makes sense, right? It would make sense for us to regulate the sexual behavior of adults, right? It makes sense to say, okay, I'm sorry, you're 15, okay? You can't get married yet, okay? I understand we don't want the people in love with Eiffel Towers, okay,
Right.
to actually try to romance Paris,
No,
okay?
you cannot marry the
Yeah,
Eiffel Tower.
like I like no, of course not. Yeah, of course it makes sense. But while it makes sense and while it's true at the same time though, I'm an adult, and while I love my parents, while I love my family and I love my friends, okay, I resent the implication that I need your rubber stamp in order to make, my decision to be with my husband,
Yeah.
somehow more or less valid. Um, I also I kind of dislike so I dislike it for that reason, even though I think it's necessary. I think that, and this is not to say I don't think that you should not get married. I think that you
Mhm.
should, okay, if you want to have kids, and I think it's good, to try. I think that probably trying to stay a virgin is probably a good thing, like in order to get married. Although the reality is that most people will not do that, and won't be able to do that. But I think it's a good thing to try for, and I think it's a good thing to do, and
Mhm.
I'm not against those things in principle. I just sometimes wonder, all of this emphasis, on waiting for marriage, on being married. Okay, I don't know. I come from a family of libertarians. My dad is a libertarian. My mom is a libertarian. My mom is more of a Republican than my dad. So
That's actually kind of funny. I would have never thought that.
yeah, no. So there is a little streak of, get your hands off my turf. It's not your business. Go away. So
I
that's
Yeah, I can agree with like the libertarian concept in terms of like live and let live, to that degree. But I do think like if we as a whole in society just let everybody live and let live, then we're gonna be letting things kind of go disarray to a degree. Quick shout out to Nublet coming in with the big two, saying Ms. Tomato. Peace to you too. Thank you, Nublet.
But I think that there's like, at what point do the boundaries need to become boundaries to a degree? Where would you stand there?
At what point do the boundaries need to become boundaries? Like,
Yeah, or at least what point do we need to have boundaries, right? We can live and let live, but where do we say, like,
I see.
that's a little across the line? At what
Yeah.
point do you put a foot down?
Well, I think that like what most libertarians, like my dad, and I'm not a libertarian, like my dad is, and like my mom is, but like I think well, my mom kind of is, but like what most libertarians like would probably say is that like there's a difference between what they personally do in their personal lives and between like how they handle things legally. So most libertarians will say, anything goes as far as allowing people to do what they wish to do with their own bodies. Okay, most libertarians are fine with that, but then they also say, but I don't want to pay for you. Okay, like if you overdose with heroin. Okay, and yep, they say I don't want to pay for you. Okay, so your fault is your business. And also many libertarians, surprisingly, like some of them are very religious, and many of them, like are very interested in private charities and in private communities. I mean, not all are. Some of them are. So some of them are like, there's this one libertarian I know. He's like around like in these spaces. His name is Fabian Liberty Scott. Like
I've heard that name. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a very big ANCAP. Okay. Like he is like one of the most brutal libertarians around. Okay. But okay, like when you actually talk to him about how he thinks society should be run, he usually will talk about communes. He'll talk about people, living together in as communities, as families. And I think that that's probably pretty common, with like a lot of libertarians. A lot of them, like in their personal lives, they'll talk about charity. They'll talk about, having communes and like working together as a personal choice. Okay. But as a matter of law, as a matter of like what you are legally compelled to do, you should not be legally compelled to do much of anything for most libertarians. So.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not, like my political versement is very minimal these days. I've like stepped out of the ring for so long, I don't even know where the foundations are of it anymore. So I just poof out of my head. I've given up on politics.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, it's interesting too, because one of the things that's interested me too about like politics and religion is that, and I wonder if you think the same thing, Sarah, which is that there's this quote from this article from John McWhorter where he says that basically politics and religion, the roles have switched, where people are leaving the pews and they're flocking to the polls. People like who might have been extremely religious, like in the 90s, people like who might have had like a stronger sense of a religious identity have traded it in for a stronger sense of political identity. So instead of like becoming, evangelicals, or becoming missionaries, or instead of doing that, people are becoming Marxists, people are becoming Leninists, people are becoming, are joining online communities.
Really?
Online political. And I think that, I don't know if I kind of believe the political part of it, but I think what's more true is that people are leaving the pews and are flocking to the internet for a lot of scams.
That or answers. I think, a lot of us seek answers. And the internet's just a plethora of answers, whether they're good answers, bad answers, true, whatever the case is. I think that that's where most people kind of turn to. And this is how you end up with people who, if they're not level-headed to begin with, then they end up in this dark version of whatever it is they were searching to begin with. This is why you have incels, and like they dive into the manosphere, and then they end up even more angry at the world instead of better. And I think maybe in the political and religious realm of things, that nosedive into that as well kind of creates that stir too. And if you're not level-headed, you don't know how to pick and choose the information, or recognize like, is that the only answer? We just end up in this dark, dark hole. And quick shout out to Crucible Ghost coming in with the big 2. Get in the crystal. Crystallized. Thank you, Crucible Ghost. So what on earth brought you to YouTube? Why are you even like, what got you into all of this fun stuff?
Well, it's it's been a bumpy ride, let me tell you. Um, I originally came here after I went to a Destiny versus Milo Yiannopoulos debate in approximately the spring of 2023. It was at the University of Knoxville, Tennessee. I went there and I was one of the audience members in that debate, and I asked a question to the microphone to Milo Yiannopoulos. I was clipped by Uncensored America, who was the organization like running the affair, and people really liked me. People really, really liked what I had to say. They really liked my question. I asked a question to Milo Yiannopoulos about Christian nationalism, and specifically I was asking him about the history of Catholicism in the United States and how exactly Christian nationalism was going to fly for Catholics who haven't done so well in the United States. And I brought up like the history of Ireland, and the history of Catholicism in Ireland, and actually like a personal story as it related to my family. To demonstrate, like how even today, it's absolutely true that like Protestants and Catholics can be violently angry towards each other because of religious differences. So,
Really?
Oh yeah, I mean, religious. That's the other thing too. Religious differences. So something, and Milo's response to me was that like the troubles like in Ireland like weren't really religious differences. It had more to do with the politics of the region, and it had more to do with the history of the region, which is only half true. And the reason why I think it's only half true is because you could say that about like most religious struggles. You could say that about Israel and Hamas. You could say that about a variety, okay, of a lot of like political disputes that are happening right now and have happened like within the past 20 or 30 years, that these aren't really religious disputes. These are really more about land. These are really more about fill in the blank, okay? But that's true for almost all of them. They're almost always also about land and about resources.
Really?
Oh yeah, like the Crusades. Like, does anybody really think that was only just about like the Holy Grail and the tuna? No, like, of course not. Okay, like that's the excuse. Okay, like the cup of Christ. Okay, is the excuse to go in and grab the rest of the land. Okay, that's what that's about. Okay,
I'll have to ask my dad about that one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's so interesting. I would have never thought of it to be that way. But I guess I could understand how that would make sense. But I'm gonna ask my dad about that one, see what he thinks. That's
Yeah.
good stuff.
Yeah, I honestly I think that a lot of I think that like that's the reason like for like why like the Crusades happen, like why a lot of religious disputes happen. They happen mostly because of resources. And because that is the case, okay, you could ostensibly like make the argument that the troubles in Ireland that it was a religious dispute. And the fact that like the way that the dispute was even being understood as, are you Protestant or Catholic? That Catholic was the moniker for Irish Republican, and that Protestant was the moniker, okay, for, British nationalist, okay? The fact that like it got to that point is enough to say that it was like a religious dispute. And I think that part of like the reason for why that is that a lot of things that we think about as being like political disputes or as being religious disputes, there really is a lot of overlap between those two. So an example of this would be like, well, I mean, like you're Catholic. I was raised Catholic. Okay. Like the very way that you interpret, like what is the word of God. Okay. That what is, his word, that what is, what does it mean for something to be a sin? Okay. If you're a Protestant, how do you access that? You access it by reading the text, right? You access it by reading the actual script, right? The scriptures is how it's purely sola scriptura, right? It's
Right.
Purely the scriptures is how you do that. Well, whereas if you're Catholic, okay, or even if you're not Catholic, or even if you're Orthodox, you rely upon the tradition, right? You rely upon the authority of the church, right? The history of the church, So you care about like the history of like Thomas Aquinas and all of these people. So the consequence of this is that you have two people who are both Christian people, but they're operating from an entirely different, philosophical foundation. One of these people is like vastly more likely to be an empiricist. They're like the Protestant is more likely to care about like empirical, like conversations. So like when I'm thinking about arguments about evolution or arguments about, whether or not the whether or not the miracles of Jesus actually happened. When I'm thinking about these types of arguments about like the actual literal reality of the Bible, like I hear those arguments way more from Protestants. I hear them way more from people who come from an evangelical or from a Baptist background. But when you hear arguments about the history of the church, about the church's authority, about like actions that people in the church have done, about whether or not about philosophical arguments about about Christianity or religion, that usually those people tend to be Catholic more often, or they tend to be or if they're not Catholic, they tend to come from an Orthodox background, or they come from an Orthodox Jewish background. Yeah, they come.
Are you sick, young lady?
A little bit. they come from all of these backgrounds, though, right? So they attack the problem, the question, of religion from a more rationalist, perspective, not an empiricist perspective, right? Like it's the difference between, like, does 2 + 2 = 4 because I've got these 2 oranges, right? And I can show you 2 + 2 empirically equals 4, or does 2 + 2 = 4 because I can sit down here and I can show you the logical equation for like why that makes sense. So it's like these two very different ways of attacking, ultimately the same problem. And like it's something I've noticed even like when I talk to Protestant atheists, when I speak to people, like it shouldn't make sense, right? It should not, like Catholic atheist and Protestant atheist, it shouldn't make sense, but it does. Like there's a big difference, okay, that I've noticed like when I'm sitting down and when I'm talking to Protestants, and even when I'm talking to like Protestant atheists in comparison to religious Catholics, okay, because right, like even though like we believe the same thing, like even though like we're both atheists, like the foundation behind why we think the way that we do is very different. And so we wind up having like very different perspectives, on questions of morality and questions of ethics. Whereas if I'm talking to somebody who's religiously Catholic, we'll argue like a lot about the foundations behind why we think things should be the way that they are, but we actually agree nominally on most of the actual things that we wind up discussing. So it's
where would you fit feminism into religion? Or does it fit into that realm?
I think it depends on who you are. Like as to what, like how you would answer the question. For me, I would sadly say that the answer for me is no. And the reason why I say it's no is it goes back to that what I was saying earlier before about childbirth and about like the nature of like being alive and being here. From my perspective, I think that a lot of religion, the point of it is to not the only point of it, but a point of it is to basically lie about the human condition. It's to lie about like how we got here, about why we are here. And I think that type of lie has very real consequences for how women are treated in our everyday lives. I think that if we thought of women as the creators of mankind, I thought if that was even a sentence that people would let them pop out of somebody's mouth, okay, like that would radically change how you think about like women in your everyday life if you were to think something like that. But it's not how people think about women. People don't think about women this way. People think about women as the vessel from which, okay, humanity comes. They don't think of women as the makers of humanity.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think even, and not to pick on Catholicism too much, but I even think Catholicism ties into this with the idea of the virgin birth, okay? The idea that why a virgin birth? Like why because it didn't have to be this way, right? Like the creation story did not necessarily have to be God descending upon the Virgin Mary, who was also conceived via a virgin birth, to bless her with, Jesus, to give birth to Jesus. The story of the creation of Jesus could have been very different. It could have been that God the Father descended as a handsome man and fell in love with the Virgin Mary and then married her, and they had sex, and that was where Jesus came from, okay? That could have been, a way that like the creation story could have been told. And, there are creation stories like that in other religions that we can think of, like the story of Zeus, descending, down upon, like Perseus, like we can think, like there are stories of God figures that actually do fall in love with their human subjects. Like, but why could that not have happened? Like, why could God not have and I don't mean this in a gross way exactly, okay, but like, what's the significance of Jesus being delivered to earth basically asexually? Like, why did Mary have to be a virgin, like, in
Well,
order?
that's what that's what makes it a miracle though, right? That's what makes Jesus so special, is because he wasn't just created the same way everybody else was. He was created by God, giving him to Mary, and her being like the vessel of a miracle. I would consider it more of an honorary position versus like a negative position in that aspect. I think that, and us Catholics, we love the Virgin Mary. We have lots of shrines of her and things of that nature, and that's kind of a big piece, because that it's that miracle aspect, and because she was married, to Joseph, and I think that that's what makes it even more special, is that God gave Jesus to her untouched, right? He didn't have to touch her, he didn't have to do anything to her, because she was a married woman. So if he did go in a different way, where it was physically done to some degree, that would actually be dismantling of her marriage to Joseph, and disrespecting it. So I think that, that's, I don't know, I value the concept of it being a miracle.
I see. I
Mhm.
guess I would say, like, but Mary didn't have to marry Joseph. It's very possible that, like, I mean, we are talking of the Lord, our Savior, Creator. Okay, like,
Mhm.
I mean, he could have, in the story, could have arranged it. Okay, that he could have married, like, it could have been possible. Okay, well, it is possible that could have happened. As far as it being a miracle, I mean, I think that, like, maybe, I mean, that's one way to think of it. But, like, aren't all babies miracles? Like, isn't it, like, why is it not
Absolutely.
like
I
it's a
think
miracle?
all
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
all babies are miracles, but this one was, it's the Trinity, right? The Holy Spirit, God, and Jesus. And this, I view Jesus as kind of like the physical form of God. Like, I wouldn't like, I know we call him God's son, but I wouldn't even consider him necessarily to be a son, at least not in my mind. That's my perception. I view him as, if that's the physical form of God. And this was his way of coming down and being with the people and understanding the people. That's my approach to the New Testament. I always feel like the New Testament was more of a humanitarian approach, like humanizing people, instead of God just looking down and being like, "Why aren't you listening to me?" And he actually came down and listened to them, right, and taught from the ground. Um, but I think that we do recognize birth that way. We do recognize them as miracles, and because that spark of creation, like, is, I know we acknowledge it as like, okay, sperm hits the egg and things happen, but there's like that a little electric thing that goes off, and the form of a life happens, and that's, where does that come from? Where did, like, we didn't we can't replicate it. You can't replicate creating a new life. Not that way.
mhm.
Not from nothing. You can't replicate creating a new life from nothing. And I think that that's the beauty of it. And even more so, I think that that's what kind of proves the point of Jesus being a miracle, and kind of like a person that, um, like, because it was, there, what, you didn't have to have the physical piece to happen. You didn't have to have the sperm meeting the egg. Like, God just said, "Here, I'm going to give you this, and I'd like you to carry, and this is what's going to happen." And I think that that's what makes it even more special. But I don't think it negates the miracles that happen every day when a baby is made and born.
Well, I only ask, just because when I think about if the value of, like, the virgin birth is that it's a miracle,
Mhm.
and if, but if indeed, like, all births are miracles, okay, like, why did, and I hear what you're saying about, like, the fact, but even then, okay, like, and I've heard, like, people say Jesus is God. Jesus is not, the Son of God, even though, like, we
Mhm.
talk about, like, God in this way, as, like, and I've heard people make that statement before. But if that's true, um, is Jesus really the son of Mary then? I mean, that would effectively be no, right? Like, because
From
like,
a human standpoint, yeah. From a
well,
human standpoint, we view it that way because she gave birth to him, right? And essentially, you can't, like, fathers could be anybody, but the mother you'll always know, right? You'll
well,
always know who the mother is.
well, but I even mean spiritually, because if it's true that Jesus was gifted to Mary, okay, and was not,
Mhm.
like created. I hate to even. I don't mean to put it this way, but was not created sexually, okay.
Right.
Th- then that would mean that like Jesus is purely of God. Jesus is not
Mhm.
of Mary in that case, right?
And I guess I guess that comes back to you were saying earlier, what was the word you used? Was it methodology, or what word were you saying? Where what word am I looking for?
The foundation.
No. Well, more of um, what word? I'm looking for a word. It's in my head somewhere, and I can't think of it. Either way, I think it's still viewed and accepted because she uh, raised Jesus the way a mother. I mean, okay, if you were an adopted child and they adopted you when you were 2 weeks old, would you still view that parent, the adoptive parent, would you still call them mother? They raised you, and then you found out when you were 18 that you were adopted. Would you still consider them your mother?
Oh, of course I would.
Right.
But I also I would think though that if I found out that my adopted mother was also my surrogate mother, had also literally physically given birth to me, that would be meaningful information for me at the same time. It would.
Meaningful, but it didn't change how you were raised, right? Jesus didn't even really. I think like he was born, and then we fast forward, and then we find out like he comes back into the story by age 12. That's when he's called to the synagogue, or was it the synagogue, the church, whatever, and spent all of this time in there. And that's when he like had his answers and he knew what he had to do, right? But think about it, like she still raised him, even though like he already knew who he was supposed to be and all of these things. And he went off to do it, but that didn't change who he called his mother. Even when he was on the cross and crying out to his, you know what I mean? And she's the one that when they brought him down and she cleaned him and put oils, in his burial and all of these things. So that's what a mother does. That's what a mother would always do.
No, I think and I would absolutely agree with you. And I know, that like adoptive mothers care for their children, and of course, that's true. But I also think that while that's true, I also think that the relationships that adoptive parents have with their children are not the same as the relationships that biological parents have with their children. And
Mhm.
one of the ways in which they're different is the fact that um, the phrase, I put you into this world, I could take you out of it.
I use that one a lot. I brought
Yeah,
you into this world. I can take you back out.
exactly. Yeah, only one set of parents can ever really say that, okay?
Mhm.
Like, but it means something, right? Like, I'm not talking about like the love that like parents have for their children. I'm not really speaking to like the quality of the relationship that you would have with your kids. I'm more speaking to like the psychological consequence, okay, of thinking about somebody as the person that made you, that physically made you, okay, and how that changes the way that you think about this person, how you talk about this person, how you write about this person, how people like this person are represented in me, like et cetera, right?
But she did physically bear him, right? Even though I don't know the physicality between was it like her egg that just like, or did a thing just appear? How did that work? But she still physically gave birth to him. So I don't think we can negate the physical concept behind it if she was the mother.
Well, but I mean, here's a question for you, and this is something I argue with people about all the time.
Mhm.
Do we think of surrogates then as do we think of surrogates as doing something evil then? Like when they like give birth, are they also like in some way the mother, the real, I don't want to say the real mother, but a real mother of the child in question? Like,
I still consider them to be a blessing to that family, right? I wouldn't consider them to be evil at all. I feel like I even looked into it when I was younger, like the idea of, wow, because I didn't want kids of my own, but I thought, wow, like, could I give that to somebody else? And I find it to be kind of you are a blessing to somebody else, not a curse. And you're utilizing your body as a vessel for them to have a miracle. And Mary did that for the people, like she utilized her body, bared a child, raised him, in order for him to be a sacrifice for all of us people. Isn't that the bigger sacrifice?
I kind of don't like that. I'll be honest with you. I have some problems like with that story as well. For a couple of reasons. I mean, one of them is it's sort of a comment on like what mothering should be, okay? Like, is the point of like what it is to be a mother, I'm giving birth to this child so that I can offer them up as a carved offering for the community? Is that like what the purpose of like motherhood is? It's to give birth to people as who can serve as sacrifices, like on behalf of like the betterment of the community, because that's to me like a metaphoric takeaway that I have sometimes, like when I'm looking through like the story of Christianity, the sacrificial lamb, the idea of Jesus dying on the cross to absolve people of their sins, an innocent person, dying for people who are sinners, and then the image, of Mary, looking up, at the cross, like after her son has been taken from her. And this is, like, and on top of that, like think of this too, like from the perspective of the story, like this is in many ways like the greatest thing, okay, that Mary was put on earth to do, okay? It was to give birth to Jesus. It was to be the mother of Jesus. It was the greatest honor of her life, okay? From the perspective of the New Testament, from that perspective, okay? Well, what would it feel like, okay, for the greatest creation of your life, okay? The greatest purpose of your life, the greatest thing arguably to ever be created in the history of the entire world, okay? To have that taken in front of you, whipped and beaten in the streets, and then dragged and then nailed to a piece of wood to be put up in front of a huge crowds of angry people throwing vegetables and tomatoes at this person, okay? Like, what would that mean? Okay.
I guess that's what makes Mary so honorary, because she was willing to go through that sacrifice. Because I mean, for a parent to even lose a child, like we don't have a word for it, right? Like the amount of grief and what you do and I think that every mother in and of itself sacrifices themselves for their children in a good way, right? On a daily basis. And we always make sure that all of their needs are provided for. And, and I think the ultimate sacrifice of losing your child like that is heavy, but in that aspect too, knowing that sacrifice is part of the miracle in and of itself, and it's for God. And he told you, he told you that this was going to happen. And it's like, I don't know. I think it's, of course it's painful. Nobody would want to feel that, but knowing that it's for the greater good. And I don't know. And I think that's what that's why Catholics love Mary, because she was willing to sacrifice her own happiness for the greater good of others, or her child.
Well, but I don't think that that's something that parents necessarily have the right to do, like with their kids, right? Like, and I mean like from either whatever your perspective of like the creation story of Jesus, like whether or not you think that he is God in the sense that like, or if you think that he is the son of God, like however you parse that, like within your faith, it's your business. But but when I'm thinking about this, okay, one, I mean, my child belongs, I guess like this is the fundamental like beef that I have with Christianity like as a whole, which is that, and it's actually something I've been thinking about and trying to parse out myself, is the idea of self-ownership, okay? Do you actually own yourself, okay? And then there's the idea of like, is your child your, like, and I know this is going to sound so strange to put it this way, okay? But is your child your property in some sense? Is that like the viewpoint of like what's being argued here, because it feels like that is what the viewpoint is, you know, like think of it like, even, I'll tell you why, okay? Because like think of it this way, okay? Like the idea that Jesus is God, okay? Not just okay that you are the son of God, but that you are in some way are God, okay? Like this is kind of downstream from how, you know, a lot of like discussions of Christianity and of the family like operate, which is that, you know, you are me and I am you, okay? And the blurs between our individual identities are just that. They are blurred, okay? We do not have individual distinctions so much, okay? We are a part of, you know, one bread, one body, okay? I go before you, Christ. Come follow me and I will give you life, right? Like that's the idea of like being a part of this broader, huge community. But it becomes really muddled like when you actually try to parse through the metaphor. So like so here's an example. So the body of Christ, okay? What is the church, okay? Well, the church is the body of Christ, okay? So it's a metaphor. Yeah, it's the metaphor, right? It's a metaphor, you know, it's the body, okay? It functions like a body, and we are all different parts of the body. So maybe you're a white cell, I'm a red blood cell, you know, like that's what we are. We're all a part of this big giant body, okay? But the body of Christ, okay, is also the bride of Christ, okay? So the bride of Christ, okay, is going to marry, okay, Jesus. And the point of this metaphor is to say, okay, that, you know, it's like the bride, okay, it's the church, okay? Jesus is married, okay, to the church, okay, you know, and we are like the bride of Christ, you know, okay, but we're also the body of Christ, okay? And, you know, okay, so the church, which I am a part of, okay, is the body of Christ, okay? Which is also the bride of Christ, okay? Which is run, okay, by people that call themselves the father of the church or the mothers of the church or the sisters or the brothers of the church. You see where I'm going with this, right? Like,
well, there's God, we went through all of this during like my confirmation classes, and I can't remember how to. I know my dad would be able to sit here and like and actually guide that in a good direction of what it is. I unfortunately am not good at explaining it. I understood it at the moment, but it's like if I had to try to explain it, I would just butcher it. But I see where you're going with it, right? Like you're the body of Christ, but then there's so it's like, you know, there's the Eucharist and the body, and then we eat the body, and then we drink the blood, and all of these different things. But we actually don't look at it as a metaphor. We don't look at it as symbolism. We view it as exactly as the way it's given. Like I am eating the body of Christ. I am drinking the blood of Christ. Like we don't look at it as symbolism. We view it as obviously not his literal body, but it's the Eucharist, like the spirit, the holy, you know, the holy concept behind it. But we don't look at it as like I'm physically eating skin. That would be weird. But we view it as I know we don't take the symbol. I remember talking about that in class. Like the symbolism is not there. We don't view it that way. But I can see how that can get like confusing in a concept. But I'll let you keep going.
Yeah. Well, I think of it this way. Like I think this goes back to like what I was saying before about marriage, about like the historic understanding about like how sex actually worked. You know, that women, you know, are deformed, you know, have the deformed physical bodies of men, you know, like this is an example of that, right? Like that's part of, I think, why there is this understanding of like two bodies becoming one. Okay. It's because there is this understanding that women like our bodies, you know, as people that women aren't distinct, you know, from men. Okay. That like we aren't distinct creatures, you know, that are distinct from men. Like male bodies, you know, male sexuality, you know, male understand, like this is the default, you know, of like what it is to be a sexed person, of like what it is to exist. And so because of that, I think that like when we're talking about like these different identities of like what it is to be a woman, what it is to be a man, of what it is to be a child, of what it is to function, you know, like as a son, as a daughter, as a husband, or as a wife, I think that there is a fundamental problem that men are sort of viewed as like the default subject, you know, from which all of these other things should be viewed. So my son is in some ways me, okay? Me sacrificing my son is like sacrificing myself, okay? Me having sex with my wife and enjoying it is like her having sex with me and enjoying it, okay? Because we are one body and we exist together. We are in one community, okay? When something bad happens to you, it's the same thing as it happening to me, okay? Because we exist together. And I kind of agree with it and I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with that because I think that there's a real problem, you know, for parents and for spouses to think that, you know, their loved one's suffering is the same thing as themselves suffering, right? You know, like my, like, I mean, I had this, like, so I didn't exactly have this. Like in my family, like we have like a history of cancer. So my uncle, like he has a history of something called familial, like Antoninus polyposis, which is a kind of genetic form of colon cancer. It's a very, it's a big form of colon cancer. Like it's in your entire large intestines. He had to get them all entirely surgically removed. It was a huge, huge deal. Yeah. But like, it was a big thing for our family. Okay. Like it was a big deal. Like when he had to get surgery when he was young, you know, it was a big thing for our family to go through, but it's not something our family went through. It's something that he went through, right? He's ultimately the person that had the surgery. He's ultimately the person that, you know, could have died on the operating table. He's the person, you know, that had to like skip, you know, some of like his of high school in order to go to surgery. Okay. Like that was his burden to bear. Okay. It wasn't, you know, my burden, you know, like you can't absolve me of like me doing something bad, right? Like that's it's sort of rests like on the idea of the absolution of sins in a way. Like C.S. Lewis like brought this up. Like it was his you know, criticism and support of Jesus, which he said that Jesus had to absolutely be real and he had to have been telling the truth, because if he hadn't been telling the truth, then he would have had to have been an insane person or just an evil person, okay? Because think about it, okay? Like if we're on a subway and a man comes and steps on my toes, okay, he has to turn to me and forgive me, right? But you can't turn to me and forgive me, you know. You can't turn to me and say sorry to me, you know, on behalf of the guy that stubbed my toe, right? He has to turn and say sorry to me directly, right? If like the situation was,
okay, I see where you're going. But okay, even though Jesus died for our sins, he died to give us the ability to ask for forgiveness and to seek God, and to, you know, through Christ, we have forgiveness. It doesn't just work like I can't just roll out of bed, go do terrible things, and then I get to go to heaven. Like, no, I have to go through Christ. I have to ask for forgiveness. I have to, you know, continue to seek God and yearn for him and all of these other things. Like there are stipulations that come with that forgiveness, but he overall gave us the ability to have that. Or at least from my perception and what I understand about it, like it's not just okay, everybody's free now, like we're good. It's like still through him. You have to be willing to accept Jesus Christ. You have to be willing to go through him to get it, right? Like through him we can receive that absolve.
I'm not denying, you know, the existence, like the theology of good works. Like I know that like that people believe. I know that Catholics believe that. You know, I know that a lot of, you know, people of different denominations believe that. What I'm saying is like, even though it is true that like Catholics and like different denominations believe, you know, in working, you know, and like doing good works and doing good things in order to earn grace, in order to go to be one with Christ. I understand that that's like the perspective that people have, but it doesn't change the fact though that ultimately that this is enabled, okay, by the sacrifice of innocence, okay, and by the purest innocence that could be thought of, okay, because I would imagine, and I could be wrong, okay, it's the emphasis of the virgin birth, okay, it's the emphasis of not just, you know, that, you know, Jesus is born of a virgin, but he's born of a virgin who is born of a virgin, okay, who like born of a virgin who is born of a virgin, okay, who never had another child after she gave birth to Jesus, okay, like that's a lot of like distillment, you know, just to bring Jesus here, just to sacrifice him upon the cross, okay, so that to ensure, you know, that people could seek absolution, okay, that people could seek absolution for, you know, original sins, that's the point, that's the purpose of it, okay, but But, right, when you have the perspective, okay, that Jesus is God, okay, well, that means that radically changes the way that we're meant to interpret this interaction, okay? Because there are two different ways I could think about this. The first way is that Jesus is literally putting his son, okay, his child, someone else on the cross, and we're being told that this is the exact same thing, okay? Or, okay, it's God sacrificing himself on the cross.
Mhm.
God is putting himself. And if it's the second interpretation, well, then like what that basically means is that like it's not the same thing, okay, as Mary. In fact, it's not even in the same ballpark as like Mary's sacrifice then, right? Because it's not, because I think it's worse to sacrifice someone you love than it is to sacrifice yourself. Ultimately, like I would think so. I think it would probably be like would you like, I mean, I would, for me, I would rather be the person on the cross, okay, than, you know, my mother or my loved ones or my
Well,
lover,
okay,
okay, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, we would more willingly sacrifice ourselves. And Finkel sacrificed $20 just to say, "I eat souls unless they are contaminated with IKEA." We love IKEA over here. I still need to put together some IKEA furniture just for Finkel. I love you, Finkel, and thank you so much. um yeah, so the ultimate sacrifice is yourself, right? Like, would I sacrifice my child before myself? Absolutely not. I'd be the first to go, and I'd like save my children in all aspects that I could, in any way that I could. I'd give them every arm if I needed, hair, whatever. My entire body, I would just throw myself in front of a bus if that meant that that was going to save my children. But I think that that's kind of the point, is that with the Holy Trinity, right, is that this is me, but it's my son, right? And that's what makes it the mystery of faith, right? In Catholicism, that's what we talk about, is the mystery of faith, and that's the Holy Spirit, God, and Jesus, and that Trinity, and how it's fathomable. We can't fathom it. Right? Our brains can't put that together. Like, we our logic says like no, but that's why we can't understand it, because it's God, and he's not a human. He is, the Holy Trinity. He is beyond. He's the Alpha, the Omega, the infinity, and beyond, and that's what makes it so special, and that's why it's more delightful to not understand it to some degree, because if I could understand it, that would mean that I am on the level of God, and but I'm not on the level of God. Therefore, that's why I can't understand. And that's what makes me submissive to that. That's what makes me seek him, because he is, kind of the Almighty, right? So you keep trying to apply logic to it, and that's where I say there is no logic to it. That's what makes it the mystery of faith, the Holy Trinity, the something special. That's that. How can you be one person and be your son at the same time? And are you sacrificing yourself, or are you sacrificing your son? And that's what makes it so beautiful, because that isn't that what we do as people for our children, and for the husband of a household would sacrifice himself before his children, but at the same time, it's like, is your child part of you? And all of the, we're kind of, you can logic the logic as much as you want, but it'll never be logical, because it's God. That was a whole lot of rambling. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I actually did have a debate with Scott, the libertarian I mentioned earlier, Fabian Liberty. And and it's going to sound extreme, but we talked about slavery in that conversation. And one of the things that I talked to him about was this concept of self-ownership, and this concept, of basically, I argued, that like you could argue in a sense that all people are owned by their parents in a very weird way. And to explain it, let me put it to you this way, just purely from a libertarian, from an atheist perspective. Okay, so you own everything. You own your property. Okay, and I own myself. Okay, I own my body. I own my hair. And because I own my hair, I can do whatever it is I want with my hair. I can cut my hair. I can burn my hair. Okay, I can do whatever I want with it because I own it. Okay, that is why I can do whatever it is I want with it. Well, if I own this, okay, if I own my hair, then it makes sense that I own my eggs. Okay, I own my reproductive material. Okay, just like my partner owns his reproductive material. And
I'm
the
listening.
Yeah, and the way it works, okay, like if you combine, okay, and it would be the same way if you were building a car or if you were building a house, okay? If you and another person sit down together and you build, okay, a house or you build a car or you build anything together, okay, then
Right.
because you both pooled your resources together, it means that you own the thing that you made together at the end, okay? And I like to cheekily say, okay, and I actually got this from Scott because he pointed this out, okay, which is part of his retort to me, which was that, you know, like two people can't own this one thing at the same time. Ultimately, if two people you want to use that car that you both built, ultimately the person that has more of a right to use that car is the person that put 60% of their resources in as opposed to 50%.
Right.
So you could make the argument in a way based off of this that every single person alive, okay, is in some ways owned, okay, by their parents,
Goodness.
especially by their mothers, okay, at the end by their mothers, because mothers provide more mitochondrial DNA. You provide 50%.
Do we really?
Yes, you do. Okay, so men and women, they provide the same amount of just normal DNA, but mitochondrial DNA, women provide more of that. And women also are the baseline body type, and women obviously give birth to kids. So for all these reasons, okay, you could make the case, okay, that, and this is where it gets strange, okay, because people think about your parents being in charge of you as just from you from 0 to 18. But from this perspective, okay, your parents don't cease being related to you at 19 any less than they were when you were 5, okay, or when you're 45 or when you're 65, right? You're still just as much a product of sperm meets egg, okay, when you're seeking for social security as much as you were when you were going into pre-K, right? That doesn't change. So what that means is you are owned by your parents in perpetuity, forever, okay? It means that your parents have the right to boss you around, okay, when you are in your 40s, okay? And
Well, it's to a degree I can agree with that, right? I still seek guidance from my dad, and I, still consider my mom to not necessarily be in charge of me, but I still take considerations. But I think also that's part of letting the bird leave the nest is your parents are there to raise you and guide you as best as they can and instill their traditions and foundations in you in hopes that you'll go on and carry those out. Not necessarily a sense of ownership, but a sense of continuation, right? The legacy that continues. So I can see where you're going with it, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a sense of ownership. It's more of an ownership of the legacy and how you want it to continue, right? And this is where, children that turn out to be total tartars at the end of the day and do stupid stuff, that parent kind of owns that. They're accountable for that raising and what continued on, what those children became. And it can be an embarrassment or it can be a pride and joy kind of moment too. But that parent takes the ownership and accountability of what you become. Mm-hmm. So, I know my parents take a lot of pride in me and my two brothers because all three of us, so two of us continued on, went and got our masters. One got his BA. I think he's going to pursue MA. All of us made something of ourselves. That legacy has continued to become their pride and joy. My parents take ownership of that accountability for what we became. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if necessarily our bodies belong to them, in that aspect. I wouldn't consider it to be to that degree, but in terms of what we became, what they reproduced, what my parents created by creating me, that will continue and they take full ownership of what I become. Yeah. I don't know. Does that make sense to what you're talking about?
It does. And I know that what I'm saying right now sounds very strange, weird, and alien. Okay. I know I know parents probably don't, at least I would hope, I don't want to think of themselves as slave masters.
Right.
But I know that we don't want to think of our parents this way. I know that kids don't want to think of their parents this way. Parents don't want to think. I get that, right? I understand that. But I still think there's something to this idea, right? There's something interesting that's there that I find to be kind of interesting because we often it's sort of around my neck of the woods, we often talk about individualism, individual liberty, individual rights, you know, like what you individually should do, what you deserve to have, how you could behave, how you should conduct yourself. Okay. And that's because we usually talk about ourselves as individuals. We think of ourselves as existing as individual people in society. And that we don't have like any inborn obligations to other people. Like you just have like it's just to yourself. But I don't know that that's necessarily true. And I don't know that that's true because of this fact. Like this is an empirical fact, okay, that you can't take away from me. And the empirical fact is, okay, that in some way, okay, like it's a very weird way to put it this way, but like you are in some way owned in a sense, okay, by someone else, okay? Like it's not really true that you are the creation of yourself. You didn't just spring yourself into being, okay? You're here because
somebody made you.
Because literally it's because somebody else made you. And not only that somebody else made you, but somebody else produced you, took care of you, you know, raised you, you know, fed you, clothed you, educated you. You know, you have obligations, you have duties and responsibilities, like in exchange for that, right? In exchange for that, you owe your literal existence. And barring, you know, some like truly horrific violation, you know, from those people, right? Like I'm not saying there are no reasons, like I'm not saying you should never cut off a parent. Okay. I could see if somebody was highly, but other than that, right. Okay. Other than an extreme reason. Okay. No, right. They're your parents and you owe them. Okay. You have an obligation to your family. You have an obligation to your community. Okay. You are owned in a sense. Okay. Like and I don't mean that like in like a chattel slavery kind of a sense. What I mean is that like you have obligations and ties that you didn't choose and that you don't get to opt out of just because you didn't choose them.
Right.
So which is like a foundational thread, I think, to a lot of conversations about individualism.
Well, I think it creates like I believe the Japanese, correct me if you know any different, but Japanese, when they introduce themselves, it's like we view ourselves like I'm Sara, I'm a mother, you know, I'm I come from this family and this community and these, you know, I start with me and I work my way out and it gets bigger. But I think the Japanese start the other way where it's like, this is my community, this is my family, and then there's me, right? So I think that sense of, it's maybe not necessarily a sense of ownership, but a sense of belonging, and that pride that comes with being a part of a family or a community, and that foundation, the traditional or legacy that breeds from it. So maybe I wouldn't necessarily call it a sense of ownership or even an obligation. You're certainly not obligated, because we are part of a society where we're not obligated to be a part of anything. We can choose solidarity if we want. But I think taking that pride in being a part of a family and that pride in being part of a certain community or part of a certain religion or whatever the case may be, out in the Midwest, like I went to high school out there. First question people ask when they meet you is, what church do you go to? First question, every time. They don't care what school I go to. They don't care where I'm from. They don't care anything about me except, what church do you go to? And that's part of like that community concept, because what you answer determines which community you're in, and you know, piecing that out. But would I feel owned by that church or that community or that, like, no, I feel a sense of being a part of something, you know, that's greater than just me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the way that I'm talking, I'm not really, I hope that I'm getting this across to anyone who's watching this, okay, that's just busting in, okay? I'm not pro-slavery, okay? Just so everyone in here knows, okay?
Yeah.
For those who have just arrived, okay? Fairy Queen is not advocating for the legalization of slavery this evening, okay? And I'm not really talking about ownership, you know, like in this sort of icky kind of a sense. Like I'm not really talking about it like, I don't really mean it in the same way as like you own a cup, right? Or in the same way as like you own a purse. Like I don't mean it like in a chattel, like that's not what I mean, right?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, Yeah, but what I mean is, yeah, it's just the idea that you have obligations and duties that you don't choose, that you're born with, which I think is, like, frankly, like, it's like one of the biggest. It's actually, I think it's one of the biggest divides, I think, between conservative people and between liberal people, is that distinct disagreement. The disagreement about whether or not you're owed something or whether or not you're entitled to something, on the basis of just being here.
Well,
Like,
would you consider it a sense of, because I think that's the magical piece of when you turn 18 and whether you leave the nest, but like the story of the prodigal son, like he left and went and did stupid shit and came back and was still welcomed with open arms into his family, and he didn't owe any of that, and neither did his parents. But um you know I think that's the magical piece of choosing to stay a part of your family, even if you leave the nest, and still recognizing that's my family. I come back to see them for holidays. I still call to check in. Is it because you owe that duty to your family, or is it because you choose to?
I kind of think it's probably better to think of that in some ways as a duty as opposed to as a choice that you make. Because on the one hand, I don't think I am not advocating for you to endure, okay? Just so you guys know, okay? If you have somebody who's a truly abusive person, okay, I'm not saying that you have to stick with that person, okay?
Right.
Like, just to be very ultra clear, okay? But yeah, I do think that you have that. I do think it's a duty, and I think it's important to think of it as a duty, okay? Because there are going to be days, weekends, and Christmases where you're just not going to want to do it. You're not
Really?
going to. Look, there are days where I love my mom. Okay. My mom, I love her to pieces. She's very, very she's very important to me. Okay. Mom, I hope you're out there. Shout out to you wherever you are. But there are days where I don't want to talk to my mom. There are days,
Really?
there are days where I don't call her, where, I'm angry, sad at the world, and I want to just be by myself for a bit.
Well,
But yeah.
that would make sense though, right? But it's not that you don't want to talk to her, it's that your like self-preservation comes into play.
Well, it's not exactly like, it's not like a fuck you. It's not like that, right? It's not like
Right,
a
right,
move on
right.
this.
You're more like, I just want to tune the whole world out, but I don't, it's not that you don't like your mom or anything like that, or
No.
don't want to talk to her. And I mean, we all kind of go through days, I would say, where we don't want to talk to anybody, quite frankly. Like
Yeah.
not even the Amazon package delivery guy. Like, no, just leave it on the doorstep, please. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe my vision is skewed slightly because I look forward to family get-togethers. I highly like I don't know. I can't see them enough. I'm sad that my dad's a couple hours away and like it's a planned event to be able to see him. And I'm sad that he's not just right up the street like it used to be. Um, Even when I did live, fairly close to my dad, like I made sure we still had dinners together. I'd go to his house, with my daughter, and like made sure that we were still engaging in that, like, because I love to be around my family, but maybe not everybody has that like blessing, I would consider. But do I feel like I owe it to my parents to talk to them? No, I feel like I feel like this is something that I thrive. I love, like, I do it because I love to interact with them. I love to be around them. I love, and maybe that's with the concept of like they've instilled these foundations in me and I appreciate them for what they've done. I don't feel like I owe it to them, but I feel like I'm continuing that legacy because now my children get time with pop and grandmom and all of those things. And a lot of people don't like their siblings. I love my siblings. I trust them with my life. If I ever passed away, like, I know I can trust my brothers to do whatever they need to do for my children, and so on and so forth. And maybe not everybody's blessed with that. I recognize that, but to me, like, that's how we were raised, is like your family is your unit, and this is the start of your support system, and then it works outwardly from there. And nobody owes anybody anything, but we're there for each other because we want to be, because we love one another, and that's the foundation of it.
Well, so I also love my family. I also love my mother, and I hope to have kids someday, and I hope that I also will love them too. I hope,
Mhm.
anyway. but but anyway, but yeah, no, but I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I think, and I also do things for my family because I love them, not just because I have to, but because I want to. Okay, but I do think that thinking about things in terms of duty is important, and it is going to be necessary, like for the longevity of maintaining these relationships. Because like I'll just give you from my perspective, like I also like helping my family. I was homeschooled, like when I grew up, I was homeschooled by my mom. She raised me and 4 other siblings, and I was always there for my mom. I helped my mom with the dishes. I helped my mom take care of the kids. I helped her put the kids to bed. I helped them learn how to read. I did all of these things like to help my mom, like when we were, growing up together, when she was raising, my brothers and sisters. Okay. And there were many days, okay, where I hated doing those damn dishes and where I really hated my stinky brother. Okay. And I loved my mom, but I did not want to do things for my mom. Okay. And I'm going to let you in on a secret. Okay. As much as I love my mom, when I go back to the Midwest, okay, to see her, as much as I love her, I don't love shoveling the snow. Snow that I know is going to be there for me around Christmas. Okay, I don't love that. I know I'm not going to love the dishes at Thanksgiving there, and growing up, like being homeschooled for that long, as much as I loved being with my family, I also know. And I know that there were times where I needed to get away from my family, where I needed that distance from being so close, like in such a close environment all the time too, right? And I think that that's and I don't think, and that wasn't because I don't love my mom, and it's not because I don't love my family or the people in my life. I just needed to separate because it is like being like, like the frogs in a pot metaphor. Well, imagine you have like a whole pot of frogs in a pot, like a huge, like 7 frogs, okay, like in one pot, okay, and they're all boiling slowly together, okay. Like that's like what it can be like when you have too many people, like it's in such close quarters, like that are together for too long. So, so no, I yeah.
Maybe is that what we got away from? I mean, families, I feel like prior, like lived closer or even still in quarters together. And now maybe we had too much of that individualism. Now we separate all across the earth, and it's okay, and it's recognized that way. And so now our support systems are like now miles and miles and miles away from us.
But you're absolutely right about that, and actually it's very weird. This is how feminism ties into the rest of this.
Yeah, let's tie it back.
No, it's a really good dovetail, because this is how it ties in. Okay, and this is the answer to like what a lot of people have been arguing about, the birth rate. And it's interesting that it has finally come back to that, because that's where it's like countries have this problem, and the problem is that you need new people to replace the old people. Okay, you need a fresh, labor force, to fill in the shoes, of the old labor force that dies. Okay, and to finish that problem, you've got one of 2 options. You can either make your own labor force yourself, in which case you can have lots and lots of babies, or you can import them from somewhere else. Okay, so that means, okay, you can either have immigration, okay, where you can have people immigrate from other countries to come in to fill in that labor, okay, to make up for that, okay, or you can resolve the problem entirely with AI, okay, so you can have the robot do the factory job instead of like having like a person do it, or you can have a country where you heavily emphasize on having kids yourself, okay, and there are costs and there are benefits to that. The costs, the reasons why people like would want to do like the really emphasizing on having your own kids, this goes into nativism, it goes into ethno-nationalism, right? Okay, I want to have people in my community, in my country, who are like me, who are of a certain culture, who are of a certain race, who are of a certain ethnicity. So that's like one reason, like why people might insist upon this. Right now, people are constantly talking about immigration overseas. We're talking about immigration over here. Okay. I know, I know everyone else here listening knows, people have argued, that it's not really safe for communities, to have so many immigrants, that are coming in, there has been a lot of criticism, of the immigration crisis at the border. So if you are of this mentality, okay, you're going to heavily emphasize, women being chaste. You're going to care more about like women, getting married and having families. You're going to care more about promiscuity. You're going to be more socially conservative concerning sex. This is probably what your mentality is going to be, because the most effective way of controlling people is to control women. Because if you can control how many people are born, who they're born from, like in what position, how many people are born, like you effectively control all of society. And that's what it is. And I think that's like really effectively what the reason, like why there's such a huge emphasis like on, controlling women's rights. It's not really especially about hating women, just for being women. Okay. It's a state population control. Okay. Because if you can control women, you can control who the population is, where the population comes from, and how the population is raised, how they're educated, like what their job. You can control everyone. You control every single person that is born, and like what their destiny, like what they're going to be, if you can control women. Because you control effectively, literally the means of reproduction. Okay. You've literally seized the means of reproduction. Okay. If you can do that, you can control the product, okay, for lack of a better term. Right. Okay. But the flip side of this is that if you are in a more liberal society, okay, and if you don't rely, okay, if there isn't this huge emphasis on you making the labor force yourself, you making your own kids yourself, if you can in fact import, the labor from other areas, if you by having a strong immigration system, okay, by having robots, by pushing more for a technocratic society, if that's more of like your way, well, there are a couple of consequences for that. Like one of them is that not all women will want to work, and not all women will want to work, in jobs that are, are traditionally for men. But the women who will rise to those jobs are going to be really damn good at them. Okay. That means because, like women and men are able to like do these jobs, it means the best people, period, to be a brain surgeon, to be, a doctor, to be to be all these jobs, where we need the best possible people in. Those people are now freed up to do those jobs. Okay. They're freed up, and we have the ability. And like, I've heard, people give this retort sometimes, like when we're talking about the birth rate, about giving birth, do you really think, that her being a doctor, her being a research scientist, that's more special, that's more precious, than that baby, than her daughter or her son? Do you think she would ever say that useless piece of paper is more important to her than her child, sir? Like this is the sort of thing that's said, right? And of course, no, first of all, right? Like no one would say this, right? But secondly, right? Think of it this way, right? That woman, she might come up with a pill, okay, with medicine, okay, that could save like 50 more babies, okay?
That's a good point. Yeah. And does that come back to that sacrifice? Let's do this, because I think they're getting antsy for the panel. And I need to tinkle. So let's do a little tinkle potty break. And then what I will do is I will actually drop the link. So while I'm going tinkle, you guys can start jumping backstage. I like where you're going with this conversation. I think this will be the crux of where we're going to land. And I like that. That's exactly what I wanted to leave on. So if anybody wants to jump backstage, you're more than welcome to do it now. And then we've got is it 3 minutes? We've got a 3.5 minute potty break. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back. I just got to pee really, really bad. All right, here we go.
I just feel like we all have really great aim until the second we put on these helmets. Like, you guys know I was actually on my way to the Death Star that morning.
No, get out of here.
No.
Yeah.
Forgot to set my alarm, got caught in space traffic. If it hadn't been for that space traffic,
Well, you can't think about that. You
I don't
can't
know
think
what
about that,
happened.
you're going to drive yourself
I'd be dead.
crazy.
I'd be dead. I guess I'd be dead.
Yeah, it's just so eerie.
Yo, it's the stormtroopers, we be rising up, bringing our rep on the Death Star.
Then we will be revamping our Stormtrooper Benefits Program.
Don't rebuild. The Jedi's win.
Jedis. I'll tell you something. They hate our way of life.
You get 20/20 vision. You get 20/20 vision. Everybody gets 20/20 vision.
I'm out.
Scallywag.
Listen, we have all of this technology, right? We can't find Luke Skywalker. One guy, hiding out in a cave somewhere in Dagobah.
We be chugging beers in the cans.
Occupied.
We set the bar. Watch your back, we ain't some rookies.
Darth Vader happens to be in a TIE fighter when the whole thing goes down, please.
Just learned, rookie.
My dead body.
Stormtroopers are ruining everything!
Yeah, all right.
Now
Here
look,
we go.
I read the engineering. Okay? There was no way one X-Wing could have taken this thing out.
Okay.
No way.
We be chugging beers in the canteen, rowdy as can be. Call us the stormtroopers, we set the party free. Stepping out of line, you better watch your back. We ain't some rookies, we got the Empire on our track.
Your twerking caused a great disturbance in the Force.
All right, we're back, and we've got I-Fi, of
Greetings.
course. Of course, I-Fi came up for this one. I'm surprised all of the shit talkers in the chat didn't come up for this one.
They're
I'm
scared.
surprised. There was a lot of crap talking in chat, but no takers, no willing victims to come in and talk it out. All right,
Was
I-Fi,
the
what do you got?
topic Catholics versus Protestants? I can't remember. What were we talking about?
Radical feminism. We left off
Oh, yeah.
on the topic of the birth rate and why it is or isn't, and the benefits, and she was discussing the idea of if you can control women, then you can control kind of everything else too.
Then you control the spice, and the spice must flow.
Space Girls.
Indeed.
I want to hear more about this child slavery stuff. I might have some children if they're my slaves and stuff, because that's like free labor. And
It is free
I'm
labor.
all down with that.
But you have to deal with the attitude that comes with free labor.
True.
I'm gonna go tell my kid, I own you. And he'd be like, what? You don't own me. This is America. We're free.
I'll never forget the time my daughter dropped the, like, I have rights. I have rights. And I was like, not yet, kiddo. Sorry.
Not until you're bigger than me is what I always say to them.
Right. Well, my daughter is bigger than me. So
Uh-oh. Now she wears the pants.
no, she's definitely, she knows who the boss is because I have the wallet. Until
Yeah.
she gets her own wallet, then mommy's calling all the shots, and she knows that. So yeah, that's a fair assessment.
I did like Fairy Queen's twist on the script where, like, usually it's the left that's seizing the means of production, but apparently it was the right doing it all along. That's why we want to control women, is to seize the means of production.
Reproduction.
Turns out we were the Marxists. Hey, Flo, did you know that we were the Marxists all along? I thought it was the left wing, but it was us all along.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I did not know.
Yeah, it turns out the patriarchy is all about seizing the means of production.
I don't know if that's how I see myself either. I think the patriarchy is largely a paper tiger.
Paper tiger? What's a paper tiger?
It's a boogeyman that's not real. In reality, men and women have worked together more than in opposition throughout all of human history, and that's how we survive and get along best.
Through opposition?
Until about 1960,
through cooperation,
things changed.
Yeah.
Well, then what makes all of the opposition then, like the wars and so on and so forth, or is that like?
You mean the man versus woman, not stuff that's all over YouTube and stuff?
Well, not that. I mean, like actual wars, you know.
Well, humans fight, but that's not. I mean, it's not like there's a tribe of men fighting a tribe of women. It's just tribalism, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like the gender war, I think it's more hyped up through media and social media than it is a reality.
Yeah, if you get outside of YouTube, you'll realize men and women get along just fine, and the average man is not telling a woman to like you should be submissive and things like that. Just it's not talking points of normies. I feel most of it does sit in here in YouTube or in the algorithm somewhere, but I think that's an extremist version of it. I think overall most women are normal and have a great relationship with men, and I think most men are normal and have great relationships with women. Not to say men don't get their heart broken and women don't get their heart broken and things like it is there. But when you take that and you make it this extreme version of it, then yeah, it's going to seem crazy and off the wall. You know, like the whole concept of like men getting screwed over and divorce and this and that. And we already looked at those numbers, and it's a lot of it's like you kind of did that to yourself.
It's an excuse dudes make. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it's like what I was saying earlier with the birth rate. Like, I don't think that happens because I don't think it's because half the human race like wakes up every morning and wants to screw over the other half. At least not in the wrong way anyway, okay? But like I don't think that's what it is, okay? I think it boils down to this basic economic problem of the labor force, okay? Where are you going? In order to have a society, you have to have people, okay? And in order to have people, you have to either make them yourself or you have to get them from some other place. Those are the only two options, right? So again, it goes back to like what I was saying earlier, okay? So you can either, okay, be really good at tech, okay, and have lots of bots, okay, do your work for you, okay, and somehow technologically replace like all of these people to do your work. B, okay, you can import labor, okay, you can have tons of immigrants to come in to like do your labor and fill up those jobs for you. Or 3, you can make those people yourself, okay. You can.
Did you go AB3?
AB3, maybe. I did. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. We knew what you were saying.
Okay, we get the point, right? So like, and that's the reason like why in these societies, like why misogyny I think like exists. It's not because, you know, people like have necessarily an individual reason to feel like this, okay? It's just because, okay, whether you're a man or a woman, okay, if you are mad at increased rates of immigration, okay, if you are a person, okay, who in some cases it might be because like you're racist or because like you're a nationalist, but it also might be like there are some but it also might be just genuinely because the immigration in like your city is bad, okay? And it might be because like your city has like had a lot of problems because of it, okay? Who knows what the real motivation is, okay? The point is, okay, you notice you don't like, okay, that there are increased rates of immigration, and you do not like, okay, that there are increased rates of like tech being used to like usurp jobs, okay? Then you are the sort of person who probably will be really, really excited about this third option, okay? You are probably going to be complaining a lot about the birth rate, okay? About tech, coming in and taking, you're going to be complaining a lot about those things. And you're going to like be talking a lot about like feminism and all of this stuff and how much like you hate it, because it's not really about like the patriarchy or anything. It's about the fact that you don't have a job, okay? And the fact that, and like and this is the real reason why feminism, and why discussing like women's rights and how you don't deserve any, the real reason why that's not going to go away, it's not because people are super woke and are super, that's not really the reason. The reason is because nobody's going to choose an option where they're poorer when they could be richer.
It's because it's a useful wedge. Like, just like race, sex, these groups that everybody belongs to, right? All you got to do is say, that group did this or that group did that, and everybody's automatically included in it. And even if you want to opt out, like say like white men did this, right? I can opt out of it. I can go, I'm not playing that fucking game. But somebody will then on the other side will play the game at me, right? It only takes one person to initiate a fight. It takes two to initiate peace. And I think it's really just,
and it takes two to tango.
We're getting led around by, like, we're getting dog walked. And I just came in cold. I did not hear any of the conversation before, so
it was a good talk. It was a really good talk.
Catholics versus Protestants, and something about females seizing the means of production.
Oh, we went through the whole birth of Jesus and Mary and
and how
I don't want to derail, but since there's two Catholics, former Catholics in the room, did y'all say that y'all believe Jesus' grandmother was a virgin? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, so that's a part of like Catholic theology, is that like not just that Mary was a virgin, but that her mother Anne was also a virgin.
Is that like in the Catholic Bible, or where did y'all learn?
I never heard that. And I went to Catholic high school.
Either.
Catholic school, like it's I think it's Anna or Anna is the name.
Sarah the Catholic is not sure what you're talking about. So like apparently there's different versions of Catholicism out there. But anyways, I was just curious. I've never heard of that, but that was
well. I mean, in all fairness, there's like a ton of there's a lot of Catholic lore that you can get into that nobody's ever heard of.
Oh yeah. I know there's like catechisms and all that sort of stuff, but that's why I asked if it's in the Catholic Bible or something, because I wasn't aware of that particular tidbit. But anyways. So kind of tying back into your previous debate, do you still feel like Christians aren't the best arbiters of women's rights, and that therefore now into the feminism talk, do you feel like feminism is best handled by the secular groups, would you say?
Well, so like remember like what me and Andrew were arguing. We were arguing, there's a reason why we started arguing like what rights are, like what is the meaning of a right. And the big disagreement that me and Andrew had in that is that he thinks that a right is an entitlement that you have absent a duty. And I think that a right is an entitlement that you get because you have a duty. So the example that we talked about like in that debate was immigration, for instance. So if you have, for instance, somebody who's illegally immigrated, should they go to prison or should they be deported? And in that discussion, I said they should be deported because like, if you want to have the rights of a prisoner, okay, that assumes, okay, that you fulfilled your duties as a citizen of that nation, okay? So you don't get to have, like, be treated, like, with the same rights and entitlements. The entitlement that is the right, okay, to be treated, like, with those rights as a citizen, okay? Like, if you're not a citizen to begin with.
You've never been locked up.
By the way, before we go too deep, the workforce thing, do you feel like...
This is my favorite obscure Catholic saint.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Do you feel like when the feminism movement took over and women in mass entered the workplace, do you feel like that improved the job market overall and the stability of society?
Yes, I do. And I can give you a couple of reasons why. So one, it's like what I was saying to Sarah like earlier about like why, you know, like societies that are better for women's rights, like for however you want to put it, okay? The reason why those societies tend to be richer, okay? They tend to have more money, okay? You'll notice it's very fine and well to like laugh about feminism this and feminism that until you notice that like the streets of like the places that have it, that their streets tend to be cleaner. They tend to like have like more GDP per capita.
That's an effect, not a cause.
Well, it's like, you know, well, but it is an effect, right? And
that's because women street sweepers are better than
men. It's because you have to have a lot of things put together pretty well before you start moving down the of increasingly, you know, I don't know what the word is, but you know, less pressing issues.
Well, also too, like think about it like from the perspective of like a woman who wants to get pregnant. Okay, so let's say you have a woman, okay, and she, you know,
where's she at?
Let's say like. Well, that's a good question. I don't.
It is a joke. Go ahead.
I'm glad it's not a man that wants to get pregnant, because I would be concerned.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So a woman wants to get pregnant.
Okay, a woman wants to get pregnant. Okay, but she lives in a country where she doesn't have a whole lot of rights. Okay, let's say like she lives in Saudi Arabia or Algeria or someplace like that. Okay, so she goes there. Okay, and she gets immediately married at 18. Okay, like she has like a ton of kids. You know, she has like lots and lots of kids. But the consequence of that is that like she doesn't have as much time to go to college. You know, she doesn't have as much time to get a job. Okay, and that means that she is vulnerable. She's in a vulnerable spot because if anything happens to her husband, okay, if her husband dies, you know, if something ever happens to him, well, it means that like she and her children are now in a really vulnerable position. Okay, like in a more vulnerable position than, let's say, if she waited until she was in her mid-20s to get married and to have kids. Because now, even if something does happen to him, even if they do get divorced, even if he does die, even if something happens, okay, they're still covered and she's still going to get a job and she can still support the family. Okay, so he could theoretically be at home temporarily, like while she goes to work, in order to support their entire. So the consequence of that is that this family, therefore, because this woman is able to wait because she has birth control, because so she's able to put off the pregnancy, that means that she's able to price their family into a pricier neighborhood because she's able to have a better job. Therefore, she has more money. Therefore, the family is able to afford to live in a better neighborhood. Therefore, their kid gets priced into a better public school. They go to a better school in a better district, which means they are less likely to get into trouble. They're less likely to get into it with bad people. They're more likely to graduate. They're more likely to be more productive. And thus, the floor of society is raised because women, as a huge collective of people, now have the ability to wait and to push off and to prevent pregnancy as a whole. So they get more money, so they get richer. And not only do they get richer, but their husbands become richer, their families become richer, their kids have more money, which means childhood poverty is lowered as an overall aggregate, which means that kids are more likely to have food, they're more likely to be in better houses, and so forth and so forth and so forth, right?
I mean, this is a purely best case scenario, ignoring the pitfalls. Everything has ripples, right?
Sorry.
So that's.
Well, go ahead.
I mean, I just wanted to point that out. That is.
He does. Oh, sorry.
Not necessarily wrong, but it's incomplete for sure.
Well, I asked the question though, why do we depend on birth control to establish that concept, right? Hey, Jim Bob, it's open panel too if you want. Like you can still do all of that without birth control.
You definitely
the pull-out method works for sometimes.
Well, not only that, but I mean, right?
Or listening to feminist talk
always
also
is
a
an
good measure.
option. But I also think that you know,
blowjobs.
If you're not ready, okay, this is where dating, I think, gets described or utilized incorrectly. If you're dating, essentially you're dating to marry, right? If you're casually why are you casually dating? What's the point? If you have no sense of continuation, no long-term goal, why are you dating? Right? And because if you're casually dating, then inevitably you might be casually having sex, and like, you know, like what is the purpose of that? So to me, that's like an entertainment factor. And I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, but the way we view dating, I think, is what kind of creates that concept of needing birth control. If you're not dating to marry, then why are you dating? And if you're not dating people, then obviously you're not having sex with people. Therefore, you can't get pregnant. But when you do later on choose to date with intentions of getting married, then now there's purpose, right? I don't know. I think you could essentially do this without birth control. That's what I'm saying.
You definitely can. It's definitely possible to do it without birth control, but it's difficult to do without birth control. And it's difficult because, right, and this is the reason, like, why I think this is the underbelly, I think, for why, like, there are some religious conservatives who will rail against girls going to college, against girls, like, going to grad school, against girls, you know, getting an education and pushing beyond high school. It's because they have observed something that's, like, just true, okay? You have two options, okay? The first option is that you can wait, 4 years. In some cases, like if you go to grad school or if you go to medical school to become a doctor, in some cases, 10 years, okay? Most of your 20s, okay, being a virgin until you're almost approximately 30 years old, and then getting married, okay, and then having sex for the first time Is it possible for people to do this? Yeah, it's possible people can do this, right?
I did that, didn't you?
Yeah, but are people...
Poor Hi-Fi. Go ahead.
I'm waiting my turn.
Okay. Like, it's possible to do this, right? But it's not very likely to succeed, right? Like most people, right, in their 20s, they want to have sex, okay? And they are going to have sex because it makes sense for people to have sex like in their early 20s. It's what most people are designed to want to do at that age. And so even though it would make financial sense, and even though it makes financial sense for you to put off like actually having kids and starting a family until you're a little bit older, until you have, like right now, like I would be screwed if I got pregnant and I had kids, okay? Even if I was married, okay? That would not change that fact.
That's where kids come
okay?
from.
It would not change the fact. Even if I was married, like, and even if I had a good husband and even things were going well, okay? It would not change my situation, okay?
Why would you be screwed?
Why?
Because that's where babies come from.
Because money, dude. That's
She's
why.
saying
Like,
financially she wouldn't be able to. So, I could tell you, I didn't have
just
a pot
wanted
to. Hold on, I didn't have a pot to
okay.
piss in when I had my daughter, but somehow I managed and we made it through. And she's a functioning 15-year-old who needs, like her needs are met, even some of her wants are met. And I started off with nothing and made it happen. So I recognize the concept of I would be screwed, and I felt that way when I got pregnant with her, but I made it through. A mother, a mother, like you'll figure it out, even if a father would. I'm not negating men, but like you figure it out, and
You better not.
but I think in some aspect you could still kind of have your cake and eat it too, to a degree. You could still get married.
Why not both?
At a young age. You could still get married, have children. You could still go to night school. You could still have college without the college dorm room experience, of course. But you could still do that and all of those things while still being a parent, while still having the like I know this because I've done it, right? I became a mother and I finished school and I was married and didn't like really send off my career until the youngest was in kindergarten. Like it was very possible, and I'm still young. Like my daughter, when she graduates, I'll be turning 40, right? And I'm still a young mom.
Ish.
Shut up, flow state. But I think it's okay to recognize that women are going to go in all different directions, right? But if you're like, I think utilizing birth control, just so you
bad
can,
for you, isn't it?
It's incredibly bad. I never was for it. My body rejected it anyways, and it was
There's lots of risks involved.
Lots of risks. But I think that it's okay to say, you know what, I want to focus on my career and myself and all of these things. And if that's the case, then focus on that. Stop dating. Right? Don't date. Like, why are you dating if you have no intentions to marry? And because to me, that negates the concept. You can't, like in that case, like if you want to truly go to school and focus on you and focus on a career, then do that.
You can be a CEO and a stay-at-home mom.
I think that the whole like education career path that we're being sold as the ideal is bullshit. Honestly,
well, you think everything's bullshit.
I know, but everything is bullshit. If everything
some type of
bullshit,
societal scam.
No, like, look, it is a societal scam. You get more student debt. You can never bankrupt out of it. We got 2 generations of indentured servants now because college was deemed essential. And then at the end of the day, you get, I mean, look, you and I both have college degrees. And how rewarding have we found our career?
Now you can have 2 parents in debt. Yay.
Well, but I didn't have to go into debt. Like I paid my way through.
I'm not in debt either, but I'm also not using my economics degree for anything.
Well, you're not now because you can't. You legally can't.
Most college
that. Yeah, but I'm about to get it expunged, right? So, but I wouldn't go back anyways. But that shit.
Anyways, I just wanted to say that Fairy Queen made a very valid point earlier about her economics angle. So. It's true that now that the women are in the workplace as well, the household does have more income, which is great because now they can afford babysitters and daycare since no one's raising the children. So win-win.
I mean, honestly, like that is how like a lot of women like have resolved like this problem of like wanting to go to work and like, but also wanting to be a mom and wanting to have a family. Like daycare and nannies like are actually like how people like women have resolved that problem. Like, and I think you're right. Like, and
But is it a resolution or is it a bastardization? Because I view it as the latter.
It's both or either. That's a perspective thing.
yeah, it depends on who you are. It's also dependent culturally too, honestly. So like I thought, I don't know if I said this like while I was in the panel, but in some cultures, like in India, for instance, like it's more culturally accepted and expected for you to have a nanny, like if you're a rich person. Like it's not expected for you to be a stay-at-home mom to raise your kids. Like that's not the expectation. The expectation is that you are the mom and you have like 12 servants, okay, that you're yelling at and bossing around. And honestly, like we could think about this in like a lot of traditional old families, like when you look at history books, that's actually like how rich families, like households were run, okay? It was you had the master of the house and you had the mistress of the house, okay? And the mistress of the house, you know, she was like, what was it, like Lady Cora from like, you know, the Grantham household.
Yeah,
right?
but that's royalty shit, right? That doesn't really apply to us.
Yeah, I'm
whores.
confused.
Well-
I mean, are we talking about rich people or we're talking about the vast majority of people? Because the vast majority of the people on this planet are not nowhere near rich.
And they
We don't
we're-
even have middle class anymore, and I don't know if that's related to the feminist movement, but maybe.
Well, women entering the workforce is largely a result of inflation and us getting poorer.
Well, but also it is also because women, like for the types of jobs I'm talking about, these are rich people, okay? When we're thinking about women who become doctors, lawyers, judges, CEOs, these types of women, I know that this is not the average woman, it's not the average person, okay, right? But I'm talking the sort of woman that goes into these fields, the reason for most of these women why they're able to do these jobs is because they have childcare. It's because they have daycare. It's because they have nannies.
Well,
It's
yeah,
because
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so what are we preaching to other women then with this? I'm lost.
Make lots of money.
Like
and money will
everybody
solve our problems.
everybody can be a boss babe CEO, make millions of dollars.
Yes,
Because the truth
money,
of the
money,
fucking
money.
matter is everybody can't.
Well,
Children don't need mothers. They
The
need
vast majority of
stacks
people on this
cash.
planet are poor, and the vast
Calm
majority
down,
on this
guys.
planet will always be.
Rabble, rabble, rabble,
I'm
rabble.
man, hear me roar.
I know. It's like two of you combined are greater than the sum of the parts.
I want to get back to the religion battle connection. Fairy
course
Queen, do
you
you
do,
think
I-
that feminism came about because of like the conflict between secularism and religious people, or what do you think it came from?
Secularism.
You
Do
do
I-
it
Like you
apparently.
can pronounce words. Shut up.
Well, go ahead and lay out your theory.
Because recently, some ortho bros told me that Protestants brought about feminism, and I had no idea what they were talking about. But
That's hilarious.
It's all
I don't know.
tribalism.
Yeah, honestly, like I think that like that, like I've seen a little bit of like the ortho bros like yell at people of other denominations about like bringing who is the denomination that brought in feminism, and you know, honestly, like it's all of them, which is the.
I thought it
real
was like after the whole Marxism movement, wasn't it? Wasn't that
No.
what kind
Only
of
the ortho
kickstarted
bros
feminism?
player.
It's not, and oh, there you go. Okay,
This is my ortho bro slayer hat.
that's awesome.
Was it French Jews? I also heard it could have been French Jews.
The first the first feminist author, if you want to call it that, would be Christine de Pizan, and she existed at roughly the same time as Joan of Arc. Christine de
Whoa.
Pizan, she was a French writer in, I think it couldn't have been the 1600s. It had to have been like earlier than that, because the 1600s, that was the English Civil War. But during this time period, Christine de Pizan, she wrote something called A Book of the City of Ladies. And it was a Christian defense of women and the role of women in the church and the way that she thought that God viewed women. And she wrote this book specifically because there was a piece of literature being that was very popular at the time called Le Roman de la Rose, okay? And Le Roman de la Rose was the medieval French version of of Fresh and Fit. Basically, it was this. Yeah, I know, right? Like it was this heavily, I say poem, but it was really more of a novel. Like poem was more of like an epic, long, huge, giant poem, if you want to imagine it, right? So this huge epic poem was basically this incredibly misogynistic, screed, which basically said that women were responsible for sex and for being seductresses and for tempting men, and this nature of things. There were also a lot of really weird pictures, like in the poem, like of like severed penises hanging off of trees.
Oh my!
Like this kind, lots of, like all the really weird medieval drawings. Like there were tons.
Yeah.
Like in this particular poem. She wrote a defense of women. She argued and attacked this poem. She argued and she attacked this poem, and her response to this poem was this screed called "The Book of the City of Ladies." So
okay. So you confirmed the French part. Can you confirm the Jewish part, or is that just myth?
I don't understand like why people are constantly talking about Jewish people all the time.
Well, because there's a strong theory that it was a French Jew or something that was like the biggest part of the feminist movement early on. But you confirmed the French part.
They're clannish minority groups that are successful in all societies.
So I did a quick Google search, and all I saw was like some Japanese chicks were really kicking it off after the French lady got it started. So can you confirm that as well, or?
Do you mean like the Japan like post like World War II with Simone de Beauvoir? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know like the exact timeline. I just remember it was early on in the feminist movement. A couple of Japanese ladies were like the head figures of the big wave of feminism or something like that. It was a Google search, so I blame Google for that knowledge.
I don't know what you're referencing without knowing us.
I just asked Google. I said, "Who started the feminist movement?" And it gave me a couple of Japanese ladies, and I was
you know what? Okay. If you don't have anything to say or to ask, you can just stop talking.
The question was, can she confirm it? And she confirmed.
Are you just you're just rummaging for anything to ask to not give up the floor, huh?
Sorry, you can have it back after I waited like an hour to talk, but go ahead.
I mean, you don't even know what to ask. You're just rummaging around on Google for questions to ask.
I asked her, is it French?
All right, she said, yes. I have a question for you.
She said, I don't know. And then I asked her, is it Japanese? And she said, maybe. So
I have a question for you.
The answers.
Do you agree that men who complain about feminism ruining society are in fact feminists? It's a good silence right there.
Say that again.
Yeah. I like your questions better.
Men who complain about feminism ruining society are themselves feminists.
Explain why that's a question.
Because they adopt a worldview that gives too much power to gender dynamics and the conflict therein. I honestly never once in my life has feminism affected me until I came to YouTube, and all of a sudden it's goddamn everywhere.
It's also a little bit of like whiny bitch syndrome, right? Which is kind of against being a man's man.
Right.
I could agree with that.
They won't let us lead. Well, you think that they need to let you lead, so there's half of the problem.
I'm still hung up on the dildo tree. This French dildo tree is freaking me out, man.
It's medieval drawings. I'm not gonna post it. Google La Ramante de la Rose. It's French. It's medieval. They drew a lot of
weird things. Dildo tree. It's easier to spell.
Sarah's over there booking trips to France.
She's looking up the dildo tree.
She's like trying to figure out where this shit's at. Getting a tour
I'm gonna
guide
buy that one.
Yeah.
But anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. Am I right?
I would hate to fall out of that tree and hit every branch on the way down. That would suck.
I thought you didn't answer my question though.
Are you asking questions to take over the floor? Are you just randomly asking questions?
No, I actually believe that, and I am actually curious about people's thoughts on it. I expected more of like an outrage out of
people.
That's
the answer to your question, Flo. You're a dildo. So moving on. Oh, yeah. So very quick, I think we covered the whole movement stuff and the economics, and I still think there's a pretty big core to the battle between religion and non-religion. But I noticed you glossed right over Marxism. You don't think Marxism is even remotely related to feminism or anything like that?
Marx, of course it is.
Yeah.
I'm asking her. She said no earlier.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was just general question.
I said no to the idea that Marxism had anything remotely to do with feminism. I don't think if I said that, then I apologize. I didn't mean to say that if I said that. But no, I don't think that. So one thing to keep in mind is that there are different types of feminism, okay? Like there are religious feminists, there are secular feminists, and there are different philosophies of feminism. So 2 different types of philosophies are liberal feminism and radical feminism, okay? So liberal feminism is more of the type of feminism that is usually argued about like in YouTube and in Twitch poll, like in the politics debate sphere is usually liberal feminism is the type of feminism that most people mean. And that feminism comes from the foundation of, okay, women are the equals of men. Women should be treated equally to men in society. Okay. The point of feminism is to promote women's equality. Women should have equal rights. Okay. That's like what the point of that's what liberal feminism is. Radical feminism does not go from that assumption. Radical feminism goes from the assumption of men and women should be treated like human beings. And women are not treated like human beings in society. The rules in society are mistreating women in society, and they should change so that they can treat men and women fairly and appropriately. And that's not the same thing as saying that men and women should be treated the same, okay? The reason why I'm not, the reason why I'm
follow up to that.
Yeah.
So would you say that we should have stopped right when we all agreed that women are also sapient beings and we shouldn't treat them like, dogs or property or whatever? But once we all agreed on that, that should have been the end of the feminist waves and movements. Would you agree to that?
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean when you say view women as property? What do you mean when you say that?
Remember a long time ago when men were women aren't even like human beings. They're like servants or dogs or half a man or whatever, and we own them. They are our property and we can trade them and exchange them for goats and sheep and shit like that. Like back in those times. I'm assuming this is when all the feminism stuff was kicking off.
Let me put it to you a little bit more concretely, okay? I own this cup, right? This cup is my property, right? Sure. It is in my possession. What does it mean for me to own this cup? What can I do with this cup because I own it? What is the meaningful piece of information that I'm giving you when I say that I own this cup?
Anything you want.
Anything I want?
Yeah, you own it.
I can trade it, right? I can sell it. It belongs to me. I can do whatever it is I want with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can sell it, I can turn it into whatever it is I want because it belongs to me, right? So
correct.
Okay, so this is this is part of why I'm saying the thing about property. Okay, do you support prostitution?
No.
Do you support surrogacy?
I guess. I mean, it doesn't really cross any moral line, but it's still not good.
I disagree. I do think it crosses a moral line, but that's not the point.
Oh, so really? What's morality? What's your basis of morality?
Oh, not this or
Jesus.
What and where do you stand on prostitution?
I am against prostitution. I am anti-prostitution. I think that it's bad I think it's bad for everyone, but I think fundamentally, I think it's a violation of how women should.
What's immoral about surrogacy? I can't hear what you're saying.
The same thing that I think is immoral about prostitution, which is that I know that people don't think of it this way because you're thinking of it basically as you're paying somebody to give birth to a baby. And so it feels like a much more wholesome reason to pay somebody for something. But basically, you're paying a prostitute for the pleasure of sex, okay? You're paying a surrogate for the pleasure of childbirth, okay? Because
surrogacy can be done without intercourse.
It's not about
sexual. It's not sexual pleasure, though. So my question would be:
hold on, I have a follow up to that one. What if you did surrogacy without getting paid? Maybe they're taking care of the medical bills, right? So it's a net zero for everyone. But what if you're just choosing to do it for purposes of just doing it out of the goodness of your own heart?
I mean, I think I kind of would view that in the same way as kind of saying, Well, I think of it in a couple of ways. First of all, I think that you should only like. I think like for you as the person to go to someone else, to go to a family member or to a friend and say, "Hey, can you do this dangerous, emotionally taxing, life-changing thing that might permanently psychologically scar you for the rest of your life, okay, for me, so that I can have the pleasure of being, biologically related to my child? And can you do this for me for 9 months and go through a bunch of like painful injections, for 9 months?" I think that that's selfish, and I think that that's just.
What if?
What about bone marrow transplants?
Well, hold on. What if they didn't ask you to? You offered it.
I think that that's a better thing, but I think that like it would be the other person's moral obligation to refuse. I think that might be good for you and a good and moral thing, virtuous thing for you to offer, but I don't think that the person should accept. And bone marrow transplants. So people have asked me about this with other organ transplants, and the real answer is I think it depends. So I think that if you're the parent and if it's your child that's dying, like of a serious illness, I think that you have a duty and an obligation to offer to donate your bone marrow, your blood, your plasma, whatever the case may be, to your kid, because your child exists because you put that person here on this planet. So if your child becomes sick, you owe your child.
Just a relative, a neighbor, a friend, a neighbor, a brother.
I'm still wondering about the origin of your morality. Is it secular ethics? Is it natural law? Like, where are you getting this from?
Debate broing the
mic check. Does my mic work?
It's still as terrible as it was last night.
All right. Do you understand the question, Ferry?
I understand the question, but I also understand the rabbit hole. That
literally everybody's trying to push you away from that rabbit hole.
Are you just saying you can't answer where you're getting this morality from? Is that what you're saying?
She taps out. Just go ahead and tap out.
Okay. Oh, that's I don't know is an acceptable answer.
Secularists get their morality completely out of our ass. We invent it each morning when we wake up.
Okay. That's fine.
So I'm confused that we went from prostitution to organ transplant and surrogacy. So is there a linchpin? Is there a hard line definition that you have for prostitution?
I feel like this comes on the use of the body.
Well, because
payment for the use of the body, right?
Well, because that's fundamentally like what prostitution.
Because for me, it would be more sexual gratification. So.
Yeah, but like, why do you care if somebody like pays for somebody for sexual gratification as opposed to paying for somebody to literally give birth to you and to give you a person? Like, why is what
we can answer why we care, but if you don't care, then why even discuss any ethics or morality?
Dude, I'm not going down this rabbit hole. Okay, we will.
Yeah.
Rabbit hole.
Why does it feel like you keep trying to get options in here?
Fi, come on now, stay on point.
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't a fair question.
We're not like.
We're not talking about ethics or morality.
No,
anymore,
but you always go down like.
You can't read the room.
Yeah, we're staying on.
Oh, sorry. The room.
We're staying on the surface, of where we're at. We're not going to dive down deeper because
right. Gotcha. Sorry.
This is why, like, when you debate Fairy Queen and Andrew got hung up on the concept of rights and what they are, and therefore we couldn't push the conversation forward. And that's where you're going to end up getting us stuck at is the morality, and then we're going to miss the whole point of the topic.
Okay.
I love you, iPhone.
Okay.
I mean, people have sometimes asked me about prostitution and like why, like I talk about surrogacy in the same way. And I think it makes sense to have laws and to have legislation and to be careful about any type of business that tries to commercialize like having sex, because it's the place like where your citizenry ultimately comes from. It is the place where people come from. Okay. So it would make sense to be, pickier and choosier and ultimately a lot more stringent with regulations around, like sex in particular in comparison to other activities that you could do.
You think society gets first claim to your body?
I think it necessarily has to, in a way. I mean, you have to. Don't we all? I mean, we all have to pay taxes, don't we? We all like. If you're a man,
I agree, and I think it's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, it depends. Like, is this a should or is this an is?
I was asking about a should. I know how it is. We don't have first say in what we do with our body or our income. We get second say in both of those things.
Yeah, because okay, if it's a should question, because if it's an is question, then obviously yes, it is. But if it's a should question, I honestly don't know. And I was talking to Sara about this earlier. You know, about this concept of individualism, right? The individual versus the collective, right? You know, on the one hand, right, I don't think that you really can have like a society with individual rights unless like you also like have women's rights, okay? Which is frankly the real reason, like as I said before, like why I don't think women's rights are going anywhere. It's because like you don't get to have like a society where like individual people get to be thought of and treated as individuals without like also freeing and allowing women to be able to be treated as equals in society.
Why can't rights just affect everybody? Why do women's rights? Why do women need specific mention?
Women need specific mention because like of the economic problem that I mentioned before, like because women are the place where people come from. Okay. So women need special rights because women make people, because that's where people come from. So
not without men.
So, because earlier, oh God, I had a follow up earlier and now I can't remember. Like it, because you were talking about women being traded for, or at least I was saying women being traded for goats and stuff like that. And like, at what point do you feel like, are we oppressed? Like, and to what makes us not, what makes us not have rights, beforehand, or what makes us oppressed to where we need to fight for rights? Like, to what degree do we not have abilities, or how? Does that make sense? Like, what did we not have?
Well, I mean, to a degree, I think, and this is maybe sounds surprising, but I actually agree with Andrew to a degree, like when he's talking about rights and about enforcement. Okay. The point of disagreement that I have with Andrew is that he keeps hammering that over and over again, as though it's a point to say that like we don't have rights because like we could not enforce them. Okay. That's not really a point. And it's not a point because one, that's never really going to happen in the West. It's not going to happen in the West. Okay. Because it's not economically viable. Okay. Like, any man that comes up and says, I really don't want a boss babe. I really don't need a girl who's a CEO who makes like tons and tons of money, right? Like they say that, right? But the truth is, right, that like a lot of those men, they have to make the choice like when the rubber hits the road, okay? About do you want like the pleasure of like being able to say I'm the man of the household? Well, you can have that, but you're going to sacrifice the convenience of the income. Okay. Are you willing to give up, the $250K salary? Okay. Are you actually willing to do that? Like every single year for her to stay home? Because
how many women,
so what your wife does has
hold
to
on,
do
hold on,
with...
hold on. How many women are pulling high income salaries? Like what's the average salary for a woman and how much does that contribute to a household?
I mean, not very much. Like, I mean, I'm sure I can't imagine that it's much more than like the average man. It's probably less. It's probably like I think the average man is like, what is it, $50,000? I think so. It's probably like 45 or 50 or like
10,000 for YouTubers.
True, but like so. I can't imagine that it's very much, but because it's not very much, because it's not that much more money, if it's much more money than he makes it all, like that makes the pressure for her to go out and work even bigger, not like lesser, right? Because like every single dollar that you bring into the household, it counts even that much more, as opposed to like if you like made tons and tons of money. And also, I'm pretty sure that like most like rich guys, like their wives work. I mean, their wives like don't necessarily make nearly as much money as they do, but they make like a ton of money. Yeah, so it's 45.
Yeah, they work in like their husband buys them a cafe to like run part time.
Yeah.
That's not working. That's a hobby.
It is, but like I think it's significant that like the husband wants her to have the cafe to run, right?
To have something to do, right?
Yeah. Like I don't think like most.
But those are the rich wife businesses are generally money losers.
Are they?
Well, they're written off as tax losses and actually benefit the larger economic base of the family.
Yeah.
Can I ask Clover and Caucasian a very shallow question?
Why don't you shave?
So earlier, when y'all weren't on panel, most of the panel said they felt like there really isn't that much fighting between men and women, and it's just like a figment of YouTube's imagination or something. Do you share that view, or do you feel like there really is a lot of fighting and that people just kind of like don't argue about it in public or whatever, and then they vent about it on YouTube?
I share that view, but I don't I don't participate in this space often, thankfully, because I think I would go insane if I did. And I do participate in the real world a lot.
Torshaa, you just need to center yourself, Clovertack. Somebody with that many guns doesn't need to be that stressed out.
Man, I got triggers to pull. I don't, I ain't gonna spend time on these panels. Anyway,
You are the trigger pull.
Well, it could be, but no, I've yeah, I don't see it, and that's what I really had an issue with the thing that if a chick's a boss babe, then the guy can't, she can't submit to her husband. Like that's bullshit. Like that's a relationship dynamic. That doesn't have anything to do. Relationship dynamic has nothing to do with the career of the woman or what the woman makes. It's 100% a relationship dynamic. So to conflate that and say just because a woman makes a whole bunch of money, well then the husband has to submit and be the little puppy dog and he doesn't get final say in the house. That's just, I'm sorry.
Maybe you'll find out he likes it.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot to be
said. I said he doesn't have to. There are definitely men that do. I'm not going to disagree with that.
There's a lot to be said for being taken care of, brother. I'm a well-kept pet, and I'm aware of it.
Meow. Kazumi comes in with the big 8. Are there any rights that men have that women don't? Anybody can answer.
The right to pee while standing up.
That is definitely a right and a privilege, and I hate you all for that ability.
I accept your hatred.
Yes, that's probably the only thing. That's probably the only
law is
thing.
actually incredibly equal in the U.S.
Do we feel like women might have more rights than men now at this point?
Not right. They certainly have more privileges. At this point, a woman can walk into virtually any police office in America and lay a report down about a man, whether it's true or not. Virtually no investigation will take place. They will ride out and go pick that guy up almost immediately, or it'll definitely go on the to-do list. Try that with a woman, they'll get around to it.
Okay. Very.
I think there's I think the punching rule is still in effect too. Like, women can punch men, but men can't punch women. Last time I checked.
Yeah, because one's actually dangerous and the other's agitating.
I kind of feel like you're kink shaming me.
Oh.
I would extend space, you well-kept pet.
I would extend what you said to pretty much any crime that gets reported, almost.
Okay, touche.
You get around to it, the get around to it mentality versus we gotta get out there.
I'll admit that across the board, cops suck. But statistically speaking, if you go in and say, "Hey, this guy over here beat me up," and it's a woman, they're more likely to get up and get going right then than they are to go when a dude comes in and goes, "Hey, this woman beat me up." They'll go, "Wait, are you serious?" Okay, what's her name?
Oh, all right. Uncle Guns asks a question. This one's to you, Fairy Queen. What reproductive rights do men have?
They have the right to choose with whom to reproduce. That is their right.
and they have the right to pay the bill.
Hand jobs and blow jobs prevent abortions.
And actually, I want to go back to where the rubber meets the road. It's not the road that the rubber meets, honey.
Trib One coming in with the big 2. He says women have more rights because men have more control.
Over what?
I blame the men for that problem. Shame on you, men.
I honestly think the biggest problem is this mindset that the push and pull mindset entirely, and that if people just stop being immature, selfish douchebags and cooperated with each other, like everything would just evaporate and everyone would be happier.
I could agree with that.
You'd have a Jack Talcott world 45 minutes.
Right? It was like, oh, wait a second. It's like the goof 19, right? The minute I quit thinking about that shit, it just went away.
Yeah, I think I do agree that I think YouTube has made an extreme version of the gender wars. Um,
Well, it's because
I
there's money in it too. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and I think that some of that can start with people's pain, right? A man, a woman divorces a man, right, and takes the kids and the truck and the dog and the house and his soul too along with it, and then he's sad, and then like
I
how
kept
can
all that shit.
there's a way to there's a way to monetize people's sadness.
Sure. But
And
can we take into account for a minute that we're not talking about an actual cross section of the United States? The men that are on this platform and the women that are on this platform are not normal men and women. Normal men and women do not have time for this trash. They do not have the patience for this trash. And so what you end up with here are a distilled version of these sentiments. These people who have either got a chip on their shoulder or got a narrative to run with, or they've got an agenda to put out there, and they're loud, they're vitriolic, they bombastic and hypothetical for the most point. Most of these people aren't actually putting forth concepts that are actionable. They're just putting forth ideals and then arguing from the perspective of those ideals. In reality, it takes a village to raise a child, and it's never going to change. There has to be a support structure behind it, or you end up with defunct citizens.
And at one time, that was generational support, right?
yes.
For the most part.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's what I was kind of saying earlier. You know, we got away from the idea that, families lived close or even together and so on and so forth. And that was your support network raising children. That was, who's watching the baby while I do this, or who's and then also like children were also helping to raise children. Like the eldest was carrying around the youngest, and that's a piece that I think is not necessarily instilled anymore. We're not as close. We're not as our support network now relies on paying somebody. We've outsourced outside of the family, and that's I think is a big piece.
Assuming you're able to afford that, right?
Assuming you can afford it too.
Assuming you can afford it, but like to be honest with you, like people in the United States, like they are more. On average, the average person in the United States is more capable of paying and affording it than the average person, say, like in a third world country, or like, say, in some of these cultures where like relying and depending upon grandparents and upon like.
And so they should.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just explaining like why it's the case that doesn't happen.
We are aware that first world countries have more money than third world countries. That's not exactly a newsflash.
But the point is, right, but it is what's significant about that is that when you look at families that have the money, that have the ability to pay, to choose to whether or not to have like their extended family, to have like their people close by in order to watch the kids, they don't make that choice. They don't even make that choice like in these other third world countries where having and relying upon extended family to raise your kids is expected to be the norm. And it isn't honestly even like the expectation historically, like throughout like amongst like wealthy families anyway. Like when we see like when people, like the important thing to look at when you're asking people like what is the normal thing that you would do, it's not what would you do if you don't have money, if you have no resources. It's what would you do, how would you live your life if you did have the resources, if you did have the money to choose. And what most people who have the money overwhelmingly choose is not their parents and not their close family members to be a part of their kids' lives in that fashion, in that way. And why do they make that choice? Why is it the case that
I can tell you?
Why do they make the choice?
It's an imposing request.
Okay, but still, it is an imposing request, and that's part of it. But there's also the fact that Uncle Stewie used to be an alcoholic. He's doing a lot better nowadays, but, he may slip off the boat someday. Cousin Tony over there, well, he's been in prison 3 times, and we know this, so we're not going to send our kids over there. Little Jilly and Janie, they've both been running with the bad crowd, and we know about that, so we're not going to send our kids that way, which leaves the 9-year-old little Jessica over here who's perfectly willing to watch her kids, but your kid's a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old might be just a little too close in age to do it. So we're going to pay somebody from outside of the family to watch our children.
Well, but let me ask you something. Like, why is that necessarily a bad thing to try to optimize like the best possible situation.
Okay, you call it an optimization. I call it an exception. There is no difference between cousin Jenny and Jacob and John and Bill and Tom to the person you're going to hire over here without proper vetting. You have to do the proper vetting for all of this, right? If you happen to have someone who's acceptable for watching your children and your family, you have no problem with allowing them to do it because they're acceptable. But if you're hiring someone, you are subletting the vetting process to someone else to make sure they're okay to watch your children. And I'm not real big on that myself.
Well, you could say that, but like, isn't it also the case? I actually don't know if that's actually true. Number one, right? I think most parents that are looking, who have the money to be able to afford daycare, to be able to afford a nanny, okay? A lot of them are judicious with where they spend their money. You know, they go to daycares, you know, they look at like different schools, they look at, I mean, there are literally different websites where you can compare different nannies, you know, this one is 5 stars, this one is 4, this one is 3, you know, like you can be judicious and you can heavily vet like each nanny and each daycare worker. But also the flip side of that is, like you mentioned, you know, like the different family members, you know, like we all have family members like this, right? Like I have family members like that in my family, you know, people that have gotten into trouble before. And, you know, even though I love my mom, I love my immediate family, okay? But I can think of people in my extended family, okay, who I would probably have some like reservations, okay, about being too trusting with, right? So it would make sense, you know, like why I would not want to send, you know, my daughter or my son, you know, for to say if an older family member like who did something bad, you know, in their past, for instance, right? Like it makes sense like to have those reservations about our family because they are our family, right? And because they might be more likely to try something because they are family, as opposed to being, you know, like somebody that you hire.
Well, doesn't if you have, let's take away the outliers and say that we've got grandparents that are, you know, married 60 years solid, you know, I mean, you've got good generational support. And then the overwhelming majority of people that can afford it, like you say, they're fiscally responsible, but yet they choose to pay somebody anyway, which seems fiscally irresponsible, on top of losing out on the generational education nurturing aspect of letting the grandparents handle that. Like, how do you reconcile those two?
Well, I think it's important.
Grandparents.
Well, I think it's important to remember that families don't all run the same. And one of the reasons why they don't run the same is because money changes the way that families like operate. It changes the way that families conduct themselves, the types of people that, like, I'll give you an example. Like, you know how like people constantly talk about like high value this and low value this in terms of like money for like dating, right? Like for like men and women for relationships. Well, one of the things that's interesting about that, okay, like when you hear people talk like this, like one of the things that men like, on these podcasts specifically will say is, I don't care how much money she makes, okay? She doesn't have to be a boss, but she doesn't have to make tons of money, okay? She could literally be a waitress, you know, from Waffle House. It wouldn't matter to me, okay? And my mom was a waitress like from Village Inn, by the way.
I'm sorry, I might have hit on her.
But, you know, they say this, right? They say all of this. They say, you know, I wouldn't care, right? But the truth is that they wouldn't care, okay? Like for men that come from money, okay? From men whose parents like were made a lot of money, from men who come from families that like from long, like I'm talking old money families, okay? I mean, your dad was a doctor and his dad was a doctor and you come from like this very rich, wealthy, powerful family, okay? These particular men, they might have affairs and they might have sex with any woman, okay? That might be true. But the woman that they bring home to meet their parents, that they bring home for Christmas, that they bring home for Thanksgiving, the woman that they marry, the woman that they have that founds the philanthropy, you know, and that has their kids, that woman is almost always of the same socioeconomic class. That woman may not make nearly as much money as he does, okay? But she is not just a woman from Waffle House, okay? She is normally somebody that comes from money, or if not from money, she comes from a family that is highly well known and respected, like within their same social circles. So like that's an example of like how like the discourse can sometimes like
wouldn't that be more about the stature and the class of the woman and how she carries herself and all of that, rather than the dollars in the bank?
No, it's not just yes and no. So it isn't always necessarily just about the dollars in the bank, but it's not just about how you carry yourself, right? It is about Okay, so like here's an example. You know, like Downton Abbey. You know, like those first few like seasons. You know, like but the okay, well, it's about a British family, you know, that's like an old aristocratic family, and it's the end of the aristocracy. Like it's the early 20th century in Britain. And one of the things that you'll notice in there is that Cora, the wife of Lord Grantham, is an American heiress. Okay. And the reason why she's an American, and this was a common practice like in the early 20th century, is you would have these heiresses, these American, you know, oil millionaires, okay, who had tons and tons of money, these Americans who had oodles and oodles of cash, okay, but people thought that they were disgusting and people thought that they were vulgar because they had an American accent and they didn't have manners and they didn't come from a family of fine breeding. So
what's the point?
So what a lot of these families, Americans, would do is they would marry Europeans. They would marry Europeans, and these Europeans would often have no money, okay? They would be aristocrats, dukes, duchesses, and they would have $0 in the bank, but they had the title of being a duke. They were a duchess. They were the princess, you know? And so that's the reason, like, why they got married. It was, even though they didn't have the money, they still had the class. They had this, as you put it, like, they had the social entitlement of being a wealthy person, being treated like a wealthy person, even though they weren't a wealthy person. And the point of all of this is that we think of this, like these questions of like the choices that people make in dating and with relationships as being merely about men and women, when in fact a lot of it has to do with like the financial situation that you grew up with. And a lot of it has to do with class. A lot of it has to do with money. It has to do with like the choices that you're able to make, like with the money that you have. It's honestly
Thank
like
you.
what a lot of this boils
You clarified something for me. I was born so poor that it would really surprise you, and I married quite well, and I have been sort of rotating in the rarefied atmosphere, the kind of thing you're talking about. And it's a weird thing. There is differences. There are differences, but it also does happen. Usually it involves someone exceptional, typically. Didn't happen like that this time, obviously. I'm just some
They don't call you shaky leg Sasquatch for nothing.
That's stanky leg, sir. Get it right. But the thing is, I don't think it's all about resources. If you love someone, you'll do what you will do for the person you love. It's immaterial what they can grant you if you love them.
Well, I would agree with you. I do think that like love, and I actually wish people talked about that more, frankly, around these kinds of subjects when we talk about dating, because people don't talk about it enough. But what I do think that like we're talking about, like people are talking about high value and low value and what men want and what women want. It's important to mention that people aren't just coming at this from a man versus woman like perspective. People are also coming at it from the perspective of, how much money do I have? You know, how much money do I want to make? You know, how much am I willing to work? How much do I not want to work? You know, these are questions, and people do care about status, and people do factor that into like I'll give you an example. Okay. So like you mentioned, like love, like, why don't we think about love? Well, put it this way. Okay. Like, you know, Myron Gaines, okay? Imagine Myron Gaines, okay, ripping through the neighborhood in his Lamborghini, okay? And he walks into the Obama's house, okay? And he knocks onto, like, the oak, you know, dining room table with a $10,000 pinky ring finger, okay? And then he goes up to Mr. Obama and he tells him about his cars, you know, about, like, his suit, you know, and he talks about all of this stuff, right? And about how he's like, be real, okay? Barack Obama is not going to let Myron Gaines walk out of his house to date his little girl, okay? That is not happening, and it's not happening even if Myron Gaines walks in the door with like $1 billion, okay?
All right, let me hit you with a counter proposal. His daughter comes to him and says, "Pops, I've met a guy, I really like him. I was thinking about bringing him home, but you're probably not going to appreciate who he is. Can we hold it down to a dull roar at least until he leaves?" And he goes, "Well, honey, I love you. I'll do the best I can." Well, I'm sorry. "Now, honey, I love you, and I'll do the best I can." You know, he goes that route. But as a father, once you have children, once you're a father, there's a whole lot of principles that you stood by when you were younger that you will chuck straight out the window the very second they come between you and your child.
I mean, like, I'm sure that, like, and I'm sure that, like, a lot of parents ultimately do want what's best for their kids. You know, they want their kids to, like, have a partner that loves them, you know. But I also think that there are lots of dads, okay, who their daughter brings home their boyfriend and they say, "Dad, I love him. You know, he's the greatest guy. You know, he's so great, you know." And then the dad, and he's got a great job too, you should talk to him. And then dad goes and talks to him and he hates him. Okay. And then he and this little girl, it's been the subject of songs for millennia. Okay. Where girl likes boy, dad hates boy, and this causes huge fights between dad and daughter.
You're not wrong, but with a child, you look at that child and you know that child has to go forward in this world and make her own mistakes and errors. You cannot protect her from everything. And so you have to let her make these mistakes. Now, you try to keep them away from the serial killers and the drug dealers, but, try to keep them off the pole. But I mean, ultimately, it's their decision. Once they're 18, you don't really get to step in and do anything about that, except for to look at them real strongly and say, honey, I'm disappointed in you. That's it. That's the greatest.
I think that's a universal viewpoint. Like, I agree with you, but I think that we're just sort of sappy lowlifes, right? There's a lot of people who are, way more tied up in their. And you're from the South. You know what the hell I'm talking about.
Keep in mind, I was just going to say, keep in mind, that don't mean I won't privately drag that motherfucker out of a window and whip his ass straight down the road with a tire iron. I'm just saying, she has to make her own mistakes, and so does he. If his happens to go across a certain line, there's lots of stinky holes in Georgia, and she never has to know a thing. What happened today? I don't know. He opened the window last night and never came back.
Just like hopefully you were a good father and you raised, your daughter right. There's also that opportunity that, again, provided that this dude is not a dirtbag, right? There's the opportunity to be a sound father figure and also project what a quality husband is and stuff as well, which only benefits their relationship.
Good point.
Bad Gemini, welcome. What are you thinking?
What up, baby? You got to stop being so sexy and leave some women for the rest of us.
If that was my life, it would be more complicated. Let's start there. But if we're going to talk in reality, I will say, shout out to you, Fairy Queen. I don't think I've met you. You have nice eyes, which means you're deceptive as a woman. So I want to I've always, in my youth, it don't matter the race, the nationality, don't trust a woman with nice eyes. They use them as a plot to conjure up things to lure men into a deceptive path. But anyway, we're not going to stop there. I want to say this. Look, I have 2 daughters. And so as a pops, I get it. I understand the maniac aspect of a guy when it comes to our daughters, being extra, as they say, like, oh, you so extra, right? Since we talk about the South. But I do understand that, yes, they will make these bad decisions, but all we have to do is delay them. It's different if somebody makes a bad decision at 25 compared to 15. So we know they're going to be made. That's human nature. We don't give a dang. Like, we know they're going to come back to us with tons of bad decisions. All we're trying to do is delay them as a dad. Because my whole thing is, I don't need you pregnant in high school. And now I know you still got to go to school. That means this baby is with me, for the next couple years. Different than if you have a child in college and you're trying to finish college and you weren't quite ready. I'd be like, baby, go get this degree. I can help you. It's more stressing, especially being a father of a daughter, because we understand one rule. When it's a girl, the baby's coming home with me. See, we're hard on our sons, but we understand in most instances, the other family is going to take the child because they want their baby because it's a daughter. So with us, we're like, hey, baby, you got to tighten up because that means the baby is coming home with us. And it's not saying that if my son had a kid young and it was with, with the mother, I wouldn't take care of it. It's just, it's more pressure. So we just try to delay it as best as we can. It's not always perfect. I'm not going to abandon my daughter one way or another, but hey, that's part of the whole movement, because now my only fear about feminism, not saying that adolescent pregnancies weren't happening back then, but now it's the freedom to be more reckless. That's the whole thing. Like, yeah, I know, do your thing, but do your thing without being reckless. And I think sometimes it all gets misconstrued where it's like, I'm free to do whatever I want, which now entails reckless behavior. And I don't like that part of it.
You said that well.
I actually have a book, Bad Gemini, that you might be interested in. It's about teenage pregnancy. It's by Mike A. Males, and it's called Teenage Pregnancy: The Unsexy Reality.
Sounds like
And
a
what
big name.
it's basically what the book talks about is it talks about the phenomenon of teenage pregnancies, and it talks about a statistic that's surprising but true. It says that I think approximately 30%, this was like over 10 years ago, of teenage pregnancies were impregnated by adult men, and that a lot of what we think about teenage pregnancy isn't like how it actually is. So for one thing, like the way that teenage pregnancies are recorded, according to him, it's often misleading, because sometimes you'll have a situation where you'll have like a 19-year-old who will marry, another 20-year-old or a 22-year-old and will get pregnant, and that will be counted like in the records as a teenage pregnancy, even though it's not meaningfully like what we actually mean when we say a teenage pregnancy. Or you'll have the other situation, which is you'll have a girl who is the victim of statutory rape, and that is counted as a teenage pregnancy.
This is a teenage pregnancy, right?
It is. Well, I mean, but it's not what we mean when we say teenage pregnancy. When we say teenage pregnancy, we mean two kids being dumb in the backseat of a car. That's what most people mean when they say teenage pregnancy. They don't mean, a 22-year-old man, promising to lure a 16-year-old girl out of poverty, an abusive family dynamic. If you
Did you
just
remember being in high school and the adults that would hang out with high school kids didn't seem weird at all, and now as adults, it's like, what in the fuck was wrong with those?
Well, you had the dropouts and the kids who like, why are you 19?
Somebody
Or
had to
I'll
buy
say
beer
19,
before
20.
us, before fake IDs got around.
That's just
You're
it.
20 in the 8th. You're 20 in the 12th grade, and this girl, even though she's not a freshman, if she's a junior, you're 20 and she's 16, right? And you're cool because you got a car, right? She might not be driving yet or able to afford a car. These guys are cool. What they do, they're sitting at campus on their vehicles, looking cool. Hey, you want to go ride? We can go off campus for lunch. Those are the hot guys. And, so I understand that being counted in that demographic as well, because it's just the lure of such guy. He's older. He has a car. He's cool. He has access to me. I think he's trustworthy because he's not a guy out in the street, but even though he may exhibit those same behaviors. So, yeah, look,
he's a businessman. He sells weed.
Yeah, I've seen it all. Yeah, if we're gonna get cutthroat, right? He's the dope boy. He's swagged out. He has this big necklace, and I'm wearing his jacket. If we're gonna go straight to it, yeah. And he broke up with a girl who's more popular than me. So if I can get him, that means I'm just as popular. Like, oh gosh, here we go. But yeah, so I understand all the dynamics. I hate it as a dad. I try not to think about it. I work out at least 100 scenarios in my mind, not all at once, but over a course of a year, of how's this going to end terribly for the guy. Because it's never about me. It's always about how his end is going to come. Right? I'm one of those guys, like, do I destroy him this way or that way? But the best thought I have is, hopefully it never happens, and that's the thought I settle on, because if it does, I don't know how I'm going to act. Hey, let me tell you something. Caucasian, like, I didn't even ask. I already know a couple of guys have daughters. Like, are we dads of daughters here, or what? Because I have a son as well. Okay, I know you have
a biological daughter. I have an adopted daughter and an adopted son.
I have 2 daughters and 3 granddaughters. And I've got a son-in-law.
We got daughter dads.
A granddaughter and a grandson on the way.
Oh goodness! So yeah, we know that life. I'm gonna be quiet. That's all to say. You got dads of daughters. Okay. Sarah, don't yawn yet. What you need to do is put some. No, first off, go get you some coffee. Go get coffee like you normally do. Go get some lip gloss. You know what? You should invent a caffeinated lip gloss. That's the 2-for-1.
Oh, that might actually.
That would help a lot. Just rub it on, lick it. It gives you energy, and you can look good at the same time. That's a double up. Caffeinated.
All right, I'm gonna go make a small cup of coffee. You guys are behaving, so
okay.
Behave.
We're gonna go completely off script then. Fairy, I gotta ask, Sealy or unsealy?
I don't know. What are you asking me?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
What does it mean? I have to. Now I'm looking it up.
I'll explain. Have no fear. I will explain. Don't panic. Okay. Your explanation is coming. It's not that difficult either. There are 2 fairy courts.
There are what reports?
There are 2 fairy courts. There are 2 fairy queens. The Sealy court is the one that you might live through. The unseelie court will devour you slowly for fun.
The fuck is this from?
The Tales of Canterbury. Like, I think.
Yeah, we got Nolan Richards gets it. She's light fae. It's Celtic mythology and animism.
I've read it. It's just been like 20 years.
No, I'm afraid I have the less glamorous reason, okay, that I only recently remembered. I used to tell people that I liked it just because, like, because of Shakespeare, or because, you know, I just liked the name, I connected with it. Like, I didn't really know why. But then recently it hit me. Oh my gosh, I loved Barbie of Swan Lake when I was like 6 years old. It just so happens that one of the main characters is Fairy Queen. And
I think it's self-descriptive. I think it fits.
This from years ago is ridiculous. I looked at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why I chose my name. I named myself after my favorite Barbie character.
And how does that make you feel?
Interesting. And like I'm in too deep now. I can't change it, okay? It's too late, okay? I can't throw the Fairy Queen brand away now, okay?
That's how teenagers get pregnant.
Because
in too deep.
Fairy Queens?
Yeah, pull out.
Right, they're in too deep.
That's exactly where the rubber meets the road, sir.
Gosh, well, don't make me start. You know, I'm gonna be quiet. You misbehaving Caucasian sass.
It only takes a split second for that pull-out game to go wrong.
You know, I'm gonna restore this because I want you know, Sara to believe at least in two of us. We know who these two guys are, i.e. Flow State and me, but that's fine. The rest of you degenerates, if that's how y'all want to operate, that's cool. Look, I'm gonna restore balance by drinking a shot. Does that make sense? No, it's contradiction.
No, I'm with you, bro.
But Fairy Queen, you know, I'm great at doing the things that guys hate when it comes to pandering and giving women compliments. Doesn't mean anything to me, no, but it's what I was taught. It's the right thing to do from my Haitian mom back in the day, so I do it anyway, right? And so I address the eyes. Now I have to address the smile. The smile is great. Now there's no intention. That was not my intention to make you blush. I don't even care about that. Matter of fact, if you had jagged teeth, that'd be better, right? Because you have a true justified reason for covering your mouth. But now that you got nice teeth, you covering your mouth is defeating the point of me saying you have a nice smile. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So
that is a high reaction. She views you as a predator and wishes to hide herself from being devoured. Calm down.
She shouldn't. Now that I've pandered and made her feel good, and she lets her guard down instead of her things. Go ahead.
And to the rest of us now.
If we're gonna take a shot, we should do it right. So here's to me, and here's to you, and here's to me, and may we never disagree. But if we do, to hell with you. Here's to me.
Hey, that makes sense. So hopefully, but that doesn't hold up in the court of law. But I'm gonna take a shot to it anyway. So.
Are we in a court of law?
I would hire a lawyer. I would hire a lawyer to disagree.
Yeah, I would never say a word to you. You'd talk to my lawyer, or your lawyer would talk to my lawyer, and they'd let us know how it worked out.
Okay, she's drinking something in there. It's what you? Oh, it says taco and it ends with bell.
Melted Pepsi.
Oh goodness!
You get you a pint of rum, and you might be able to kick that cold off.
It's watered down ice melted Pepsi and McCormick's vodka. It's the taste of high school.
Yo, Fairy Queen, the thing I like about you is I look at you and understand that you still see value in men. And you should, especially the ones that are like me in Flow State. The rest of these guys, as mentioned, I can't pay them.
We're just mules. Just
well, you okay. I would have gave you credit, Squatch, but you know, you're just not.
I don't do credit. I pay up front.
The longer the beard, the less you should trust him.
Yes, exactly. You see that? Yes. And then he does strange things for change. So I definitely don't trust people like that. So let's.
We're back to that king shaming again. You're not supposed to be king shaming for dollar bills.
Strange things for change.
Don't even start me on fives.
I should stop drinking right now before I even get more reckless.
I'm gonna turn you up, bud.
Yeah, this is me actually being laid back, Fairy Queen. They understand. Like, I'm very, very subdued.
You haven't even roasted anyone except for maybe a little bit of a.
You haven't even fired a shot, bro. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm tired. Look, one thing I know is Flow State. I get Flow State a lot of money. I do, because they pay a lot of money to shut me up on his channel. So I visit there when he's ready to make bank. I'm like,
where you been, bro?
Yeah,
You
no
gotta
shit.
pay
Last
rent.
night was a dead ass night for me. I could have used
I've
you.
done
last
a
night.
telethon.
Dang,
I've
look.
done the Southern Baptist preacher. I've had Alex Jones' voice out. We needed you the whole time. Where were you, bro?
Yeah.
Flow State knows
You know
what
what?
it
That
is.
is
I'm like,
amazing. I don't even know how you do that. How do, like, of all the people that come to my panels who I would expect to get hate, it's not you.
I have a
it's the
theory.
weirdest thing. I can't even explain it. Like, they would pay tons of money to shut me up. I'm like, you got some bills due? Okay, it's time for me to pull up, Flow State. Let's get
My
let's
theory
get the
is
rent paid.
he's running five or six different profiles, and he pays to kick himself off so that he's valuable to you. That's my theory, sir.
If it works, it works. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I know you don't care, but I think it's an interesting subplot. What are you hiding from, sir?
Look, one thing is I'm not hiding from Fairy Queen. That's why I keep giving her compliments. I don't want her to blush again. I've done my job, all right? She's gave me 2 blushes. She's covered her mouth. I don't want her to start crying just emotionally like, I can't believe, let me tell you, Bubby. I don't even know if she has a Bubby in her life, but it's Bubby. This guy, Bad Gemini, he was brown. I don't want to call him black and be offensive. This is a new movement. This brown guy was on here.
He was like an Obama brown, right?
He was exactly the color of Cocoa Puffs.
He's like an olive.
He was quite
low audio working.
An almond.
What did I leave you to?
Well, what happened was,
Bad
first
Gemini.
off,
This is
you
what
have to
happens when you
understand-
start doing shots.
No, first off, like, let me clarify something here, Sarah. Like, I was here being presidential.
Here, Sarah.
I was being here presidential. I understand we have a new president, and I want to let you know that Fairy Queen, well, she's a beautiful woman and she's quite pleasant. Now, you are a Trump supporter based on the complexion of your skin. Like, let's stop there. Like, I told people not to vote for you. They did anyhow. And Kamala, you suck. I don't know why we chose you, and I apologize to our party. Carry on with the conversation.
You should, sir. You should.
Y'all look crazy.
Should I leave again?
No. I'm a behave.
We got to get back on topic. What was the topic? I forget.
The topic is
take
Bad
the money
Gemini.
from
Cash
Women.
cow.
Feminism.
Don't
Feminism.
forget to look backstage. I put my link to the new channel backstage, so don't forget to drop by it.
Yeah, we're trying to speed run that thing to cash.
We're trying to ramp this one straight into monetization as fast as possible because, Flow State's been marked.
Communism sucks. He wants to be a capitalist again.
Is my audio working now?
Absolutely not, sir. Go away.
Yeah.
Try it again, Chuck.
I love you, Chuck, but go fiddle with it a little more.
Aw, you didn't have to say it like that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's his gear. He'll figure it out. He'll get it.
We love Chuck.
I'm
That-
quiet now, Sarah. Continue. I'm behaving just for you. I apologize.
Are you quiet just for me, Bad Gemini?
Yeah, I can be, but that's a different story for a different time. And that time will never be.
No, I never.
That time is
Doing
called.
our sexy
First
voice.
off, that time is Neverary. That's my favorite month of the year.
Never.
Yeah, so I love it. Favorite month of the year. So let's rest on that.
Lord have mercy on my soul. The topic is women and radical feminism and what it is or where it's gone to or why it's gone to. And
Can I take a swing at that?
babies. Oh, you can swing at me.
Radical feminism.
Go for it.
Let's start with feminism in general. First wave feminists. We want to vote, right? Let us vote. We need to vote. 19th Amendment. You get to vote. Now what? Second wave feminism. We want to work. World War II had that handled pretty well, but we get into the 60s and for some reason women are not working. Second wave feminism. We want to work. We want equal pay. Third wave feminism. This happens, but the metrics are really strange because women are not men, for one thing. They have issues that men do not have, and these result in lost time statistics. Now, I'm not saying that they are lesser in any way. There are some women I've hired that I absolutely loved for the positions I hired them from. There are some men I would have rather have had in that position. because they're taller. That's the only reason. The modern feminism is no longer about gaining lost rights, equaling opportunities, or anything like that. It has become a domination game that has occurred in the fringes of like Twitter and Twitch. And I'm not talking about like the average feminist here. I'm talking about your extremists over here that are like, what's the
ones who have to like step on men in order to get ahead.
17 cats and 2 back boxes of wines in the refrigerator. Yeah, those
There's
are the
nothing wrong with wine, by the way.
Unless it's Taylor Port. Thank you.
So something to think about too, like I've heard people say this like about second and third and even fourth wave feminism. And I think it's important to remember like some of the achievements, the legal achievements that have been made for women's rights, like in the United States, because of the second, the third, and the fourth wave feminist movement.
Well, third, yes. Fourth wave largely seems to have been orbited around the concept of freeing women from marriage, which strikes me as kind of odd.
Yeah.
You've got, because these are the same group of people who have aligned themselves with like the whole Pride Month thing. They've gone almost completely woke, and I'm talking the extremist. I'm not necessarily speaking about your average feminist, right? Most feminists that you meet are mildly annoying, but otherwise they don't interfere with your life until they turn about 43 and become named Karen somehow.
I'm going with Leslie. I don't like the Leslies these days.
Really? I've known a couple of very nice Leslies. Or maybe they were just willing.
There's one across the street that just won't fucking leave me alone. Every HOA letter I get in the mail, I know it's coming from her. Fuck Leslie's.
I'm between 2 HOAs. I'm the one property not a part of either of them.
Oh, I fucking hate HOA. It's the bored people sitting around with nothing else better to do but to complain about something. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So modern feminism seems to be more about equality of outcome than equality of opportunity, right? They are wanting more pay for less time work, more time off for less productivity. It has to do with trying to balance the books at the end of the day rather than balancing the opportunity available, right? What you do with your opportunity is your own. That's you. That's what you decide to do. But when you've got, let's say hypothetically, like this falls into the trap of the whole DEI question, that whole diversity, inclusion, and equity, the whole thing. And I think it served its purpose at some point. I think it was politicized, manipulated, and utilized to divide and conquer various elements of the internet, essentially. It also functioned in the workplace to create an artificial structure of human resources, which when you get down to it is nothing but social engineering and has really no basis in a workplace in the first place. You should hire the people that are best for the job and not worry about the rest of the details.
I think that if I may, I have a possible answer to that, but I don't know if this is like the real reason why, but this is what I suspect might be a reason why. You mentioned the phrase equality of outcome as opposed to equality of opportunity. And I know we've mentioned like invoked Marxism. We've invoked we've invoked that like in the panel like a couple of times. And we've also mentioned like radical feminism, like versus as opposed to, like liberal feminism, like one of the differences between that. And I think that radical feminism has become more popular over the past 10 years. Being anti-pornography was not a popular feminist stance 10 years ago. Being anti-porn was not a popular feminist stance like even like 20 years ago. But it has picked up, it seems like, in popularity more so like over the past roughly over the past 10 or so years. Like it would have been unthinkable like in like 10 or so years ago like to be critical of pornography as a feminist, but today it has become like far more accepted. Andrea Dworkin, that was a person that people used to laugh at. People used to make fun of her appearance. People used to say that she was crazy, that she was insane. There are lots of young feminists who do not think that and who idolize her today. The reason why this matters, like in relation to your statement about that people aren't interested in equality of opportunity, they're only interested in equality of outcome. Well, that's because a lot of radical feminism, the basis for it ultimately comes out of a leftist or Marxist space. The whole point of the movement, it doesn't view the movement as the point of it to give people equal rights and equal opportunities. The point of the movement, okay, is to treat people as human beings. It's not about each according to, you know, their ability. It's each according to his ability and each according to his need. Like, that's the basis for it. And so, like, if you come at, you know, somebody who is more of a radical feminist and you begin like talking about egalitarianism, about how these people aren't interested in equal rights, how they aren't interested really in equality, like, you're talking past what the other person is really saying. The other person's like basis for being a feminist is not about men and women being treated equally in society. It's that they think they think that society is treating women poorly and unfairly, and they want it to be corrected
through a Marxist ideal.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And I do not have to participate in those delusions. I can speak clearly without having to pander to someone's particular sociological bent. We can discuss this or we can't. And if we can't, it's because the other person chooses to use different definitions than are accepted by most basic dictionaries.
Well, I'm not talking about the trans stuff. I'm talking about like the economic basis for like this particular brand of feminism.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I don't know. Sara said something about coming on I have no idea what the fuck is going on. No clue.
The chat was calling for you like an hour ago when I said that.
Oh.
But we were talking about radical feminism. You're welcome to stay if you want. That's fine. But yeah.
What do you think about Sophie Lewis?
Sophie Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know Sophie Lewis, to be honest. So I couldn't.
She's a family abolitionist.
Is she really? I am kind of interested in questions about abolition of the family in a way, because of what I mentioned before with the slavery hypothetical that I gave Sara, you know, about the idea of like, do you really? So the hypothetical is basically it's challenging the idea of like you being an individual and you having an individual self that you own that is truly separate from everyone else around you.
Why would you challenge that?
Because on the basis of property rights. So if you would agree with me that like if you own a tree, okay, and if you hack up this tree and you then take, I don't know, your buddy's iron, okay, and you together, you use your wood and his iron to build a sculpture, right? You both own the sculpture, right? Because it's your wood and it's his iron and you both combined it to make this new third thing, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I know it sounds icky and gross, but what's the logical justification for that not applying to a person, right? It's your sperm.
Because you don't own a person. A person is not a property.
Why?
It's not chattel unless you're a government.
Why? Self-interest, I suppose, would be my reasoning. I'm not at the top of the totem pole, and I don't want to be property. So I think that it's in everybody's best interest to agree that we don't want to be property, right?
Well, I would agree with you that like everyone has a reason motivated in self-interest to say, you know, that I don't want to be treated and I don't want to be a slave. But that's different from the logical justification for, okay, I know I don't want to be treated like property, but am I property? Okay.
The government, yes.
Well, but now I'm not talking about from a government perspective. I'm saying from the perspective of property rights. If you own your sperm and if you own your eggs and if you sit down to create a new third thing with this other person's property, okay, from the perspective of you owning your property, okay, you therefore in a sense own your kids, okay? And what's weird about it is that you don't just own them until they turn 18 and until they're old enough to go away. You own them forever, okay? And you don't even
care about them forever. You don't really ever own them.
Well,
do you not believe in free will, madam? How do you feel about free will?
Of course I believe in free will. I think you have no choice but to have it.
Okay, so let me follow up question, and I pretty much asked everybody else here except Clover Tack this. I think, do you believe in coincidence?
I mean, I believe in entropy. I don't.
That is not coincidental.
I kind of think that like there's something to be said about. I've heard some people argue about
This
determinism.
is for Naomi.
And I'm not actually sure that I entirely disagree with the perspective about determinism, because like the argument that I've heard from people about that is that basically,
Are we fixing to try to word salad our way around this? I asked you a simple question. Do you believe in coincidence? Do things just happen? Is it possible? Is there any way that things can just happen and there not be a master plan behind it? No.
We're talking about that. Okay. Well then, yes, I do believe in coincidence. Okay. Like if we're talking about it from that perspective, okay. I thought we were talking.
No. I want your perspective, madam.
Okay. I'm trying to give it to you, I promise.
No, you've quoted two different philosophies of perspective and ideal, but I'm asking what your opinion on coincidence is. Is it a thing? Is it not a thing?
To make sure we're not talking past each other, yes, I think it is a thing.
Okay, cool.
So
is that the end of the questions?
I know. Did he rest his case? I'm like, what a judge. I need a gavel.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Did you win?
Big thing from you.
An individual who does not believe in coincidence sees proof of everything they believe in everything that happens, regardless of whether it makes any sense or not. They can explain it all they want. Christian who does all the numerology stuff, who like reads out names and quote, that guy. You know that guy doesn't believe in coincidence because everything has meaning and he has divined the divine purpose of it and whatever. That's what I was asking. A sane individual can accept coincidence and may believe in a grander plan. An insane person will state incontrovertibly there is no such thing as coincidence.
So were you just testing my sanity
Yes.
live on air?
Well, yes. I've done it to all these people. Don't feel special.
Why do you think that is a more valid sanity test than advocating for people being property?
Okay, so the advocating for people. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me answer your question first. Whether or not someone believes in coincidence determines how they think of themselves in the grander scheme. Without really realizing that you've thought it through, you state, yes, it can be an accident, but you can then have whatever beliefs you want. No problem there. But if you don't believe in coincidence, then you are disavowing every other possible interpretation of the universe without any consideration. And that is insane, sir.
Have you guys heard the Sam Harris versus, it's not Matt Dillahunty, it's the other guy. Is it the neuroscientist? He's the philosopher. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? He's not Sam Harris. It's not Matt Dillahunty. It's not Christopher Hitchens. Who was he? He was fourth horseman of the apocalypse. Let's see, atheism. What was his name? He was basically, they had a whole conversation about consciousness. Oh, that's what it was. It was Daniel Dennett. That was the person that who had the conversation. So it was Sam Harris and it was Daniel Dennett that both sat down. They sat down together to have a conversation about consciousness and about whether or not it really existed. And they had a whole talk about this. And one of their big disagreements is about free will. And the disagreement is that Sam Harris basically thinks that everything you do is basically predetermined, not by, because it's been predestined via like magic or via your soul or anything like that. But basically that everything that you do is biologically hardwired in you that you would do this like any other, exactly in the way that you did it, given the exact amount of options that have been presented to you. And the only reason, when we say that you have free will, what it means is if I snapped my fingers and you were put in the exact same position to make the exact same choice, you would always make that choice. You would always pick Wonder Bread in the aisle.
Which makes sense because you're the same person.
Yeah.
And given the same set of parameters, right? That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Like, would there ever be a chance, okay, if this is Groundhog Day and I snapped my fingers, okay, would there ever be a day on Groundhog Day where when you went to the grocery store to pick out a loaf of bread that you would not pick Wonder Bread? Is there ever a situation? Well, maybe there might be, you might say, but
not if the parameters are the same every time. Like if I make the choice this way one time and everything is exactly the same, then you're gonna. That's how you make the decision given that situation, right?
Right, because everything
Parameters would also have to be the exact same leading up to that moment.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Well, and I guess that's where the butterfly effect comes in, right? If so much as one thing changed, that could ripple affect the rest of everything else,
including free will, because you could decide you want rye bread or something else.
Nobody ever wants that.
Yeah.
I didn't say they did. I'm just saying it's a decision that can be made. That's free will, man. Come on.
Well, but this argument is what's said against free will. This is like what the argument is made to say that we don't have free will. It's to say that.
I'm sorry, I stepped away for a second. I'll shut up.
Oh, well, it's just to say that if it's true that given these parameters and all of the parameters leading up to this moment that you would always pick Wonder Bread, like to these people, that means that you don't have free will. Because if you because according to like Sam Harris and of this perspective, yeah, exactly. Okay. You would be able to pick whatever type of bread you wanted at Walmart, regardless of what the parameters were leading up to that moment, or in regardless of what the parameters were.
Why are you doing this to me, Fairy? Look, let me tell y'all, when y'all do this to me, now y'all sit me, I'm the outsider, I'm in this conversation. I would say this, you can have free will within a construct, which means if I'm getting rye bread, Wonder Bread, whatever bread, but the end result is I'm going to end up at this register at 9 p.m. That's the consistency. So my free will is, you put me in this scenario, I've chose a different bread type 10 different times in a row. But what happens is I'm still ending up at the register at 9 p.m. That's the irony of it. So my will is free. I can choose whatever bread I want. But when certain things are constructed, like why do I end up at the register at 9 p.m. and I'm choosing different breads? And so it's like I can have free will, but I can't say that always guarantees the results changing, because there are other factors, as y'all mentioned. So yeah, the free will is I choose what bread I want, but the change would have to be somehow I don't end up at the register at the same time, because
is it
I do. It's that's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Flow State.
Is it cooming or gooning when you masturbate for a really long time?
You goon until you coom.
Okay. I think this is mental cooming or gooning. It's one of them. It's past mental masturbation.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. You have one simple choice. You have to decide this. Each of you, Fairy Queen, Raging Tomato, everybody has to make this decision for yourself. Are you a free entity, or are you subject to the entire system? I'm weird enough to believe that I must be a free entity because I'm so strange. No one knows how to take me.
I think at the end of the day, your path is lined out, like God knows exactly what I'm going to do and what I'm going to choose. He already knows this. However, he knows that I'm going to make those choices along the way. So I still have the free will. He just already knows which direction I'm going before I do it.
Okay, so you accept that there's a creator that is planning this to some extent, whether it involves you specifically, but it involves everyone, omnipotence, omniscient, the whole nine. Fairy Queen, how about you? Overarching creator, architect of the universe. I mean,
I'm an agnostic atheist that participates in some cultural Catholic things.
You are either agnostic or you are atheist, because if you don't believe in God, you can participate in anything you want to. But if you believe there is no God, that is different from questioning whether or not God exists.
Well, I understand that it's different, but what I'm saying is, what I'm communicating is that I question whether or not I do not have enough evidence to believe whether or not God does or does not exist. And so in the absence of evidence, I choose to believe that he does not, because I do not have.
Okay, so that's an atheist.
Okay, well, that's what I mean when I say that.
Okay. So if there is no God, you and Sara are diametrically opposed on the concept of a destiny, as it were, fate, if you will, right? Without a God, the predeterministic concept precludes the plan, right? There's no plan, but the end of result is going to be the same because of random forces of nature. She believes that there is an architect who put this all together, and whether he's got his hand in the soup currently mixing the ingredients or not, it will inevitably go about his conscientious plan. Am I correct in this assertion?
This is like first 48 of the universe. I'm listening. Like, I'm about to get you a lawyer, Fairy Queen. Continue.
I'll just speak for myself. I believe that Sara is religiously Catholic, and I believe.
I'm sure she can speak for herself, honey. I'm actually asking, do you believe that at least some aspect of the future is at least probabilistic, if not predeterministic?
I think that we can attempt to make predictions about the future based off of the information that we have in the present.
Okay.
I think that we can. Sure, there are some probable.
There's no architect. There's no God to drive forward the universe in a grand plan. It's just the universe grinding forward, exceedingly fine.
That is my perspective.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sara. God has a grand plan. Does he have his hand in the soup, actively managing the ingredients, or do you believe it was set forth at the beginning and grinds forth as the great grist?
I think he has a grand plan, and I think he sets me up in positions to learn the lessons so that I'll get there. So even if I choose poorly, he'll continue giving me more opportunities to choose
Favor.
better. Right. So I think that what?
Favor. Just call it what it is. Some people have favor that even when they make the wrong decision, if you're saying God intervenes in any aspect, his favor will supersede your bad decision if it's like, I have to have my plan done. Not saying we can be reckless, because it can be like, okay, you don't get it. You're set for a life of failure. But I think Sara understands the nuance of, I might not make the right decision, but if I make an informed decision that has a poor result, because he's connected with you, you still can have the end result that you desire. And look, we don't have to be deep and spiritual, right? Look, I'm the local brother on here. Like, I used to go to these churches and all of that. My mom and all that, my Haitian mama pulled me up to these churches. Come on, baby, the oil and all that. I was like, this stuff is outlandish, some of the stuff I saw, right? But then there was a period in my life I was deep into it. But then I separated from all of that, and I understood one thing. I'm going to make the best decision that I think is the best decision. Unfortunately, a lot of decisions that I might have thought were great, it led to poor results. But what happens was there was an intervention. And I would say to that part, Squatch, I'm not naive. I do believe that there's an intervention that supersedes me and my carnality as a guy that would take me. It's not even a matter if I believe in God. It's about, you know what? This is not supposed to end this way for you, bad Gemini. So other factors are going to happen. And so I'm okay with believing that. Like, sometimes we try to get too deep with the spiritual stuff. My whole thing is, you can have great results and never been spiritual a day in your life. And you can be super spiritual and the most treacherous person I met in my life. My whole thing is, if you have a good community, energy, and now I'm about to flatter you, Sara. Sara is a great person, not because she looks decent and not because she got divorced and not because she talks bad about people and beef with people on social media. Like, she's not a great person for all those reasons. We know those are terrible reasons. She's a great person because she knows how to connect communities. That's one thing I've seen. She's mastered it, and that's why she'll continue to grow, because she gets people from every freaking demographic. I'm like, Sara doesn't even believe this stuff, but okay, they're up here, I'm gonna watch anyway. So she's great at that. She brings people together. Fairy Queen, she's a lovely woman. Not only are her eyes beautiful, not only is her smile great for any man that's desperate for a woman that's slightly pale and plays video games with a headset like that. Like she's quite outstanding. What I'm saying is she's remarkable, even though her sweater looks like it should be laying on the floor in your local Ross, TJ Maxx and whatnot. I mean, I don't care. Like, she's pleasant. She's approachable. When I see her, I want to pour coffee on her on accident just to start a conversation. Like, she has that type of look. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to buy you a coffee even though you didn't have one and I poured mine on you? And I'm glad that flow state.
I found her wallet.
Yes, and I'm glad that flow state didn't cam up because I didn't want to look at his face anyway. Now, when it comes to wrestler, when I look at him, he makes every fake Jamaican proud because I know no real Jamaican could look like that. So when I see that right now, I want to buy a pack of cards that has Bob Marley. I need to see Bob's face on it. Can you give me some Marley cards? It looks like he's at your local discount grocery store outside and he's selling bracelets, Girl Scout cookies somehow, not the Boy Scouts popcorn. He has Girl Scout cookies and he's selling Bob Marley playing cards. So that's all. And Sasquatch, you're a great guy. You've asked great questions. I'm gonna let you continue because I'm actually enjoying the
question. Come on. You do this every time you hit.
No, I won't do that. I do that. I can't do that. You know why? Because if I were to roast you, that would make you important. Right now, I addressed all the important people. So you continue. You sit in your little abyss. You continue to eat lunch in the bathroom, right? Dropping turds with a tray on your lap. Pretending to be cool. You do that. So I'm done.
Continue my thought. I think that God in some way has a plan. It's just a matter of how quickly I get there, right? And he continues to test us and put us through scenarios that we need to learn. Like every bad thing that's happened to me, and maybe this is my way of accepting things, maybe it's like a sense of cope, but I recognize it always as, you know what, that was another test and that was another lesson for me to learn because there's something greater in the future that I needed to have this knowledge and experience to take with me.
That might not be true. You might just be coping with bad things that happen to you.
I'm okay with accepting it as, to like somebody who's not a believer, they'll say, oh, that's just cope. But me, I always look at lessons learned is exactly that. There's a lot of shitty things that have happened to me. There's a lot of shitty people that have come into my life. There's a lot of
I got $1 says both of those were related.
There's a lot of shitty experiences I've had to go through, and it hurts. It absolutely hurts to go through them. But one thing that gets me through is knowing that like this too shall pass, and this is for a greater purpose in some weird reason. It's what makes me relatable.
Things might not turn out all right.
I think it's going to turn out just fine, and I go with that faith, and I'm okay with that.
Things are only going to get worse.
Would you shut the fuck up? I don't talk a lot, but when I do, I'd like to do it uninterrupted, especially with stupid commentary. But I'm proud of that. I recognize that there's a lot of situation, but also with every bad situation, I get 3 more great ones. So I know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's a silver lining. There's a beautiful rainbow, and I know that God will always continue to provide every time. He always does. Every time. And that is my testimony. When I needed something really, 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 really bad, it just fell into my lap. And
he's going to abandon you like Joel.
Shut up. And I know that will continue as long as I keep following that path that he's setting for me. And I may not know what my purpose will be, but maybe my purpose is small little people, like people that I'm touching their lives in some weird way, or small little favors that I'm giving back, or these little things I do. And if that is the case, or if there's a greater purpose, I'm on board.
There's not.
Resla, I'm gonna ask you a question. I don't think I've gotten to you yet on this one.
Hi, Resla.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah. Sorry. Y'all want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just saying hi.
Do you believe in coincidence?
Ooh, I would say no. Sometimes something's just a coincidence. sometimes something's too good to be a coincidence.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
tell him he's not ready for it.
I'm not talking sometimes. Do you, yes or no, believe in coincidence?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you believe in God? An architect of the universe, a higher power, define it how you wish, but
I'm still struggling with that one.
Okay. All right. So what I'm hearing here is we have one person here, and I don't know if it's pointing the right way on YouTube, but that one, I think, who believes that the world is an endless grist mill, endlessly grinding down to a cold death of entropy. And most of us are at least available to the option of a afterlife. Yes.
Say that again. And Aussie Manda coming in with the big three. She says, "Great panel, Sarah." And I'm actually couldn't be more thankful. Everybody's had such great input, including you, I-Fi. But everybody's had such great input tonight. I love it. Ask the question again, Sasquatch, because it makes.
Well, it wasn't exactly a question. It was an observation, and I was wondering if I was accurate. Most people here, I know I-Fi, no, he's not here. Bad Gemini does, Rusla does, at least accepts the idea that there may be an afterlife, a God, or something resembling a higher power. It's possible. But Fairy Queen, on her own recognizance, has decided that the world is an endless entropy machine that will end in a cold death inevitably.
He's rounding the coyote pack. That's what you're doing right now. Okay.
No. Just, I'm not coming at you. I have a reason for asking these questions because I've been looking for someone with these to lay these definitions out in front of me in a way that makes sense. We were looking for something to ground, completely secular, to ground more morality in. And we've spent hours discussing it. And I don't think anyone's asked an absolutist atheist, why do you do good things, madam?
Why do I do good things? Look,
yeah.
I'm going to give you like the answer that I tried to give Andrew, that I give to people that are really hardcore.
Like really quote something out of a book or something someone else said. I would like your personal.
I'm about to give you. I'm about to give it to you. Okay. So the thing is, people often say to me, okay, you have no basis for your morality. You have no basis to like justify or to ground any of the moral beliefs that you have. Okay. That's something I've heard from a lot of like religious people, like when we've had discussions. My answer is always the same. Well, but neither do you. Okay. You think that you do. You think that you do. You say that you do. You say that you're more justified. You say that you have more of a justified foundation. But that is the point of disagreement that I have. Okay. And the point of disagreement that we have, okay, is that your justification is valid. I don't think that your justification is valid. So even if I agree with some of the conclusions that you've drawn, I believe that these conclusions are ultimately drawn from a foundation that is shaky. And so I think that you ultimately like don't have a foundation for your morality either. It's
First
just
of
that
all,
you think you do.
I'm agnostic. An atheist has to establish a foundation of morality that does not actually access the non-secular view, regardless of whether you're talking Hinduism, animism, any religion at all. As an atheist, they have to look into themselves or into the world around them and find the basis of that morality. What is it?
I've already answered your question. The answer to your question is basically this, okay? It's that
you do things that make you feel good?
I'm saying you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that like for the religious or spiritual person, like to me, from my perspective, your justifications are no better than mine.
No, I'm not asking for justification.
Let me help. I think or unless you don't want me to help because you don't.
I'm not attacking. I am not attacking your belief. I'm asking an honest question. He might attack you. I think this is a very valid question. I have been surfing panels for the past few weeks and everybody's had it hot on their freaking lips. How do you ground morals in secularism without having a religiosity and the fuzzy wuzzy to attach it to? Now, I'm agnostic and I don't have a problem with this because I learned morality at my mother's knee and my father's knee. And I don't really question it that much because in my soul, I know what is right and what is wrong. And I don't really have to go that far to find it. right? It's what makes me feel good.
And
But that's what yeah, no, go ahead.
That's the answer, though. That's the answer for everybody. Everybody has to find some personal reason why they value right and wrong, and it's not hard to do because we're social animals. It is intrinsically valuable, but there's obvious advantages to treating other people right, and we put so much mysticism around it, it confuses the fuck out of it. Religious people confuse themselves with all their nonsense.
Thank you. Thank you. Fairy Queen, you just had that man say something clearly that he's been trying to say for months and has been dancing around the edge of it. That was magnificent. You two deserve a round of applause.
So you should only do good things because there's something to get out of it?
Not only, he was clear about it. Hold on. That was a conflation. He said, everyone does these things because it makes them feel good. You have to figure out your own reason why, you know. Mm-hmm. You said you only do things, and that's sort of an absolutist term. Mm-hmm. It's not the same thing.
You have to find a reason to if God decrees it, you still have to find a reason to care what God decrees.
That's just it too. If you come from like the position of where you accept the idea of God as the creator, but you don't accept him as, you know, a being worthy of worship, a lot of the religious arguments that are made like in favor of the existence of God, that are made in favor of religion, they'll ultimately fall flat. There's a paper that was written a while ago. It's called the evil God hypothesis. The evil God hypothesis, basically, you know, you've Caucasian Sasquatch, you've read this before. So for those of you who haven't read this is basically, it's a thought experiment from a professor. And the thought experiment basically is it turns a lot of arguments that are made in favor of the existence of God, because God is beneficent, because God loves us, because God has a plan, because all of this stuff is turned basically in the reverse to say, okay, well, God, you know, put us on earth to torture us because he hates us, because he's evil. He puts you on this earth to suffer because he wants to see you suffer, because it gives him pleasure. Like, it turns like all of these typical topic points, and like it gives like the evil mirror, okay, where basically God is the creator, but God is an evil creator, okay? And what that hypothesis, like what that thought experiment sort of demonstrates, is it demonstrates how a lot of these arguments that come from the position of there has to be a plan, you know, there has to be love in the universe, you know, there has to be, you know, look how beautiful, you know, this baby is. How could you possibly say that this infant isn't divinely inspired, right? All of these like typical arguments that are made in favor for trying to prove the existence of God, you could give the reverse argument for God not existing, okay? Look how terrible it is. This poor infant has died. Look at this child that has been struck with leukemia. Look at this town that's been smashed with a tsunami, okay? Like, you can go, like, you can do all of these things like in the exact reverse, okay? And you can make all of the points that you can make in favor of saying that, like, you know, well, God, you know, sure, you know, all of these people suffered, but think of
and you would be right in both cases, thus proving you're made in the image of God.
Give me something, Rosla. Say something deep and prophetic, brother.
Honestly, I don't. I know a lot of people, they come across and they come up with a lot of these hypotheses and everything else. We've seen, at least if you want to look at it biblically through books, whatever, that God has shown to be both sides, which is why I'm kind of agreeing with what Flo said and saying that, you know, we are made in his image. Is actually pretty much stated like that. We are made in his image. So we have seen what God is like when he is angry and tyrannical. And we've also seen when he's actually showing his divine love, you know, in that. So I think we're going to be represented the same way across time. And people need to take the good with the bad. I think that fact that we will say that he is only good or he is only bad, it's the bad part. That's where we're really screwed in that. We need to take it as what it is. We need to say that, yeah, God may actually put people on this earth who are just the worst of us. And maybe some people will say God will put people on this earth who's bad, but maybe he sets them up as a lesson to try to push people into the areas of being good. It's hard to say. I see both sides. You know, I'm one of those people that say, if he, you know, we say, well, God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. But God didn't create both sides. So to have the good, you have to have the bad. What are we doing here?
Or does that establish the concept of free will? If people still can be good and bad, and we were all created by one person, right? One thing being God, doesn't that establish the very idea of free will being true? Even though God knows our plan, he's still providing us the ability to choose right or wrong.
If he knows the plan, that means it's set. That means you don't have free will. That, like, these concepts. The other thing is that good and bad is relative to your perspective. What's good for me might be bad for you, but it all has to be good for God if God created everything, right?
Yeah.
My only thoughts when it comes to people when they say free will, when it comes to God and presenting free will, is the only thing in reference to what God would like us to do is to choose him on our own, by our own volition. Outside of that, there's nothing else to actually suggest to suggest that anything else is mandated.
I don't think that you can be Christian and believe in free will because God knows everything, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, doesn't Scripture say that He already knows if you're written in the book of life?
That sounds right.
He knows every hair on your head. He already knows. Yeah. He already knows what you're going to do, but it just because he knows what you're going to do doesn't mean that he just knows all, like he's the all-knowing, right?
You realize that I was raised, I've mentioned this before, that I was raised Southern Baptist in the Bible Belt by very religious grandparents who took me to any old church that I decided or we decided we wanted to go to. I've been to every possible denomination in the Southeast, and that pretty much wraps up most of the world when it comes down to the Christian
snake churches.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have. And let me tell you, I did not go past the foyer. I walked in and smelled rattlesnakes and spun on my heel and walked out. And they were like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm not going in there." And they said, "Why?" I said, "I smell snakes." And Pee Wee, a buddy of mine who was also a little older than me, was like, "You know what? You're right. I smell snakes too. I don't think we should go in there." Unfortunately, that's a very accurate imitation of him.
Have you pretended to talk in tongues?
I have not. I don't do that. I have been in a prayer circle. I have been in several revival tents, and I once made out in a belfry.
I think essentially you could still know the future and still, try to play interference with someone, and they still choose one way or the other. And just because you already know what their choice is going to be doesn't mean you still don't want to set that up. Right, I think that God knows the plan. He knows where you're going to go.
How on earth would that work, Sarah?
I think, okay, if I knew my daughter's future, right? If I knew exactly every day for the rest of her life, I could still try to put things in her way to sway it or
if it's not certain.
That's a bad analogy.
You would only be invested in changing it.
If I already knew it.
If you already knew it, then it's done. You're not going to try to do damn thing.
She's already going. She's already
not
going.
Work, honey.
But she still
you
has
can eat your cake,
will.
or you can keep it.
I'm okay with recognizing that God knows exactly what I'm going to do, and He's thrown things in the mix because He knows which way I'm going to choose. I'm still choosing. He's just knowledgeable of which way I'm going to choose.
Sure.
Let me try a different analogy.
That doesn't take away my ability to choose. Huh?
You've told me the story about how you were rated 36 times. I've heard that thing more times than just about any other story about your past, right? This is me saying that's the case.
You're talking to me?
Yes, you.
Oh, okay.
But if the situation comes along,
I didn't tell you about the first time I fingered a girl more times.
No, ironically not. No, sir, you didn't. You mentioned that more than anything else. So when you decide to tell that story, it's totally your decision. Generally, somebody asks about it, you tell the story. I'm not going to stop you from telling the story because you tell it so well. It's a thing that you've perfected, and it's almost a performance at this point. And I love to watch you do it. Now, I know everything that's going to happen, everything you're going to say, everything you're going to do. I've seen it all before, but I still like to watch you do it. You enjoy doing it. You do it well, and people like to watch you do it.
Sure.
I feel like God
that
could
makes
do it the
sense,
same way.
but
I like to watch you do it.
Right.
I want to
So-
see you decide to do that and then do it the way you want to do it, and that is what gives me pleasure.
All right,
Not
but right. So I think we can agree, right? And we watch the same movie more than once if we like it, right? But you're not gonna you're not trying to change the outcome. You already know the story. It's not gonna change. You're not. You're not.
Can I back up, Sarah? Maybe with something here. This is something that I've heard before. I'm not saying that I subscribe to it, but in a way I understand it. So, if you subscribe to the idea of a creator, the notion of creating something out of nothing makes absolutely zero sense. So therefore, that creator and the materials that he used to create whatever that creation might be has to be outside of said creation, which means he's absent of space and time and quantum physics and mechanics and all of this stuff that scientists. So even
this is the argument that nothing applies.
Even the conversation we're having that, well, he can't change your future because he can't know the future. Well, you're subscribing to our idea of time and the way the universe and everything works. And he's outside of that. He's completely
But we're not outside. We're not
or he
outside
could be. He could be completely outside of that.
Sure. If he can do anything, then of course it's plausible that he could. But then why would you even bother explaining?
You two are not in disagreement. He is saying possibility, and you are saying probability. Y'all are agreeing on a percentage of possible universes.
Well, what I'm saying is that perspective is self-defeating to an extent, right? Then why even bother to say God knows everything to people who are operating inside of space and time, right? We can't possibly understand. Are you nodding at me? We can't possibly understand what's being communicated to us because we can't conceptualize outside of space and time. Just like we can't conceptualize somebody, one person.
That's part of the journey is getting to,
Getting the place where you accept things that make no sense.
Well, if we're not going
we do
to
that with
understand
science in the known universe all the time.
Well, just because it's not, I don't think it's the same.
We come to understandings that it's like, oh crap, we didn't know this.
You cannot come to an understanding of the Trinity. The words used are mutually exclusive of each other. The definitions will not allow them to be.
But
father
isn't that
is mutually
what makes
exclusive
him
from being
God?
its own son.
Isn't that's what makes him God and us just
That's
little
what
humans
makes
that
us
can't understand
dumbasses.
it?
Sarah, I apologize. We were talking about radical feminism.
It's good. I always like the God conversation. I always do. I wish Demolition were here. Somebody go find Demolition. He's like really great.
It's freaking 117 where he's at, man. Like he's probably
Squash. I like that, y'all. I like that, y'all
117
talking
where
about.
I'm at. No excuses.
Yeah, same thing for me, Squash. It's late. It's late.
And I was
Look.
nodding in agreement with you, Flo, by the way.
Hey, there's the mic.
Squash, I like that you created all of this here. Look,
I apologize. It's not my
perfect.
intention. I have legitimate questions. I just have questions, man. I've
You know
read
what? Can I? I'm gonna add this nuance, Squatch, from my perspective. Like, I would say, establish is a big word for me because you can establish a path, right? And typically, when you establish something, it's like a sidewalk. It's like if I'm walking and the sidewalk continues, I'm not voluntarily going into the bike lane or in the street. They all may be headed in the same direction, but the sidewalk was made for me to walk on it as a pedestrian to have a safe passage. Now, I still can go in a cycle. Yeah, I still can go in a bicycle lane, but I'm just hoping that I'm closer to the road where the danger is at, and then hoping a cyclist is not driving because now I'm impeding them. I can go into the roads, but cars are honking at me. I risk somebody not seeing me, and it ends to my demise. They all head in the same direction. So when I look at the free will, the path is the path. Now, what I do within that path, that's my free will, but it's still headed in the same direction. So yeah, sometimes I'm going to make the wrong decision doing all of this, but ultimately, am I still on that path, right? Because the only thing that would change it is if I turned around and walked the other way. It doesn't matter if I'm walking on the sidewalk, if I'm on the biker's lane, or am I on the road. I may face different circumstances depending on the lane I'm in, but the only thing that would change that is if I turned the other way. So when we're talking about free will and what's set and established, I look at it, the path is established and set, because that's the direction I'm headed in. I'm not changing. Now, what I do on that path, that's my free will, and I can make it harder by walking in the freaking road like an idiot, or I can stay on the sidewalk where it's presumed to be safe, unless I trip on a crack or something and break my mama's back. But you know, that's
okay. That's
how I look at it.
That's actually a good question. How many people here are superstitious in general? I'm sorry.
A little bit.
No.
I think there's like universal signals. I wouldn't say it's superstition, but like I tend to recognize like, oh, that was a sign, you know? I should take that as a sign.
How do you hold on, Fairy Queen. Superstitious?
Yes and no. So I don't actually believe in ghosts or anything like that, but I do think that ghosts are fun to talk about.
Do you throw salt over your shoulder?
No, I don't do that. But like sometimes,
Does anyone else?
I will say I don't like opening umbrellas and doors. I do have a problem with going under ladders. I don't believe in the black cat thing, but there are a few in there that I'm like, that's just bad juju nonetheless. Like, why would you open an umbrella indoors?
So in Sarah's case, she's slightly superstitious.
I think it's more the logic behind it.
I don't apply
that logic is terrible, because somebody was in a factory freaking making an umbrella indoors and they had to open it indoors to test it.
That has a purpose, right? But if you open an umbrella inside, like, why? There's no reason.
There's purely logical reasons for all of this. I swear to God, you don't walk under ladders because people drop hammers. You don't open an umbrella indoors because you poke people's eyes out with it when you do, because the ceiling's generally not quite tall enough to stick it up while you're opening it. They're perfectly logical reasons. It's bad luck because somebody gets hurt when you do these things, if you do it enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you put you increase the chances when you do dumb shit, right? But yeah, I again, like the black cat, I have no issue if a black cat.
But what about salt? How do you feel about salt?
I feel like that's just cleaning up your mess. I don't know.
Salt to the doorway.
I don't even know which shoulder you're supposed to throw it over.
Salt is needed in a woman's life. She should throw it over both shoulders and throw it in her mouth. A salty woman is pleasant. You know what I'm saying? So yes, continue being salty, Sarah. Fairy Queen, you're not salty, but I do get a little residual attitude from you here and there. You're welcome.
Damn.
Some residual salt. Okay. I don't do the salt thing.
Not at all. Never.
No, I've never done that.
Okay. All right. I feel very strange now. I do all of it. Every bit of it.
How about
what do you
this
think about number 13?
I don't really care about that. I'm not into numerology. Don't ask.
What about a knife? Pocket knife. Someone hands it to you.
If I can find the person that opened it, I will let them close it. If I cannot, I will close it because it's dangerous to have an open pocket knife.
There you go.
How are you not in numerology when that's one of the greatest parts of superstition? Like, I was like, that's one of the top. It's at the top of the list. This number means this. This does that. Don't do this. If you see this number, walk here.
No, sir. You're completely off base. Numerology is in no way associated with very much occult until the 19th century, anyway. So, like
superstition too. Call it what you want to call it. You got people that numbers mean.
What color lighter won't
Why is there no 13th floor in the freaking elevator, even though technically there's a 13th floor?
Superstition is a different thing. In every case, superstition is a cautionary tale that teaches you a valuable lesson, like not walking under ladders.
What about not using white lighters, or is it yellow lighters or black?
Or like
That's you.
taking
Lighters.
somebody's last
for the-
cigarette,
for the
or
record-
having
Oh, the lucky cigarette.
or having a cigarette upside down in the
I
pack.
don't know where
Yeah,
this
yeah,
comes from. All right, so let me explain it. The way it was explained to me is there is new magic and old magic, and old magic cannot be contested with. This is the things that created the universe and made things happen, speaking the word of life into things and stuff. This is some bullshit. I know.
Did you
I'm
get this
perfectly
from your
aware.
Southern Baptist childhood?
Oh, no. This was my mother who permitted all of that stuff because she knew the absolute insanity that I would run into, and she made me promise not to start nor join a cult. So, that being said,
But now you can pass on all that knowledge to me. I can start a cult of my own.
And I just be the
and
light.
then we can make them all drink Kool-Aid and die.
And I know I'm making my own Kool-Aid, brother. My wife threatened my tea long ago. All right, so what I'm getting at is this. The way it was explained to me is there's old magic and new magic. New magic is anything that happened since the dawn of freaking time, right? So certain things invite bad juju into your life. The way you put it, juju, I like that. That's pretty good. If you walk under ladders, you're likely to get hit in the head with a hammer or various other things that fall off of roofs, because if there's a ladder, there's certainly someone on the roof, right? So it's a cautionary tale in virtually every case to improve your odds of survival in any given situation. So, like the throwing salt over your shoulder, you know, out of a bajillion billion people that's been on this earth, at least once someone threw salt into an assassin's eye. I'm certain of it because so many people have been killed.
Okay, that's poor reasoning. Then why wouldn't you just walk around throwing salt everywhere? Get out of here with that.
But you know, too, look, you said because there's a risk of danger, but sometimes we can look at this on the flip side, which is you don't need to walk on the ladder because you like treachery and you're going to shake this ladder with somebody on it. So it's not even a matter of protection. It's like you don't need to be walking on the ladders because you don't know how to act, and you're going to be tempted to act a fool, because that's another part of humanity. Some things you don't need to be around because you're going to act a stinking fool. Like, oh, a ladder, you up here? And let me shake it. I don't know why I did it, but I want to see if you can keep your balance. And you landed on your head.
Good luck getting down now. Like that.
Well, quick shout out to OPC Don for the big two, saying everyone please support the Bratty Tomato Fund. Thank you, OPC, for the kind reminder. I'm a big numbers fan. I love to follow numbers when math adds up, right? To equate like a certain thing, like I don't know. I've always followed numbers, and it's
What's
just
your life path?
That's hocus pocus.
I don't know.
Hold on.
Sarah, so hold on now. Y'all tripping. Don't mess me up. Sarah like numbers. Go ahead. Let's start. Let me get your
let's do this.
Get your area code.
Telephone number.
I need your digits. I already have the phone number.
Yeah, I'm getting all 7. Yeah.
I'm talking about like numbers that are around me and numbers that I look for.
She got me excited and stuff.
Don't tell me you're talking about 11:11 on the clock.
No. Chuck, listen to her. She's going to tell you.
I am a life path 11, and I was born on the 11th. I am a master number.
You're a master
prediction. May I?
Oh, I think mine's what was mine again? I remember looking this up. And I think I actually fall in line with the 11s, like we both have the same life path.
Twin flames.
We are twin flames. We've discovered this. But like,
so
I don't know.
Who's sleeping with who then?
No, twin flames are not bound to be together. They're bound to coincide, and they actually like push each other and motivate one another.
Flames,
numbers,
romanticized codependence.
Numbers. Come on, give me your numbers, baby. I just need the numbers. Talk to me.
What numbers?
That was one of the cults that I remember learning about, the Twin Flames cult. Did you?
That's why I'm trying to get past it. I'm just saying. She says she follows numbers. What she's saying is when she sees patterns in life, like she said, she doesn't believe in coincidence. And so a pattern is a sign. A sign means you should either do something or not do something, and you have to take stock of yourself. Flow state. Myself, When I encounter a situation where I experience deja vu, I leave. I immediately extricate from myself from that situation because I do not know what deja vu is. It makes me nervous. I don't like it. I can't quantify it. So I extricate myself immediately because I'm just saying, like, is it me transferring to other dimensions? Is my oxygen depletion in my brain going up? Am I remembering something that I did before that's very similar and just analogizing it wrong? There's all kinds of excuses of why deja vu can take place, but I don't like it and I remove myself because
think about people send you a text on their phone. It can be misspelled, but your brain's going to put the right word in its place. Even though the word's misspelled, your brain's going to change it to the right word. You know what they're saying in it.
Can you translate white man so that I can understand it?
No, I cannot. That's not my field of studies.
Right.
Well, my field of studies is people and loving people, and Kaiser Gaming YouTube comes in with the big two. He says, anyone ever experienced something unexplainable?
That's an excellent question. Okay.
Unexplainable. Need a little more detail.
No. Something completely.
That word is big enough. Unexplainable.
You know what it means. Inexplicable. You cannot explain why this took place, but it took place. And someone who's religious would look at it and say that was a miracle. Someone who is secular would look at it and go, what an interesting coincidence.
Yeah,
Yep.
I had a situation when I was a young girl. I was maybe, I don't know, 8 or 9. We always walked to, my brothers and I, we walked to school. We were like 3 blocks away. And that
How cool
morning,
you are.
I think, no, we were just that close. And they didn't have like buses for people within a certain distance. And my brothers left me behind, and I was running late, and I was heading to school, and this car pulls up, and it's a guy saying, hey, like, I'm trying to figure out where the hospital is. Can you tell me where it's at? And I was like, oh yeah, it's actually like just up over, behind the school, actually. Like, I don't know how to get around, but it's behind the school. And he was like really, really, really incredibly pushy with asking me, and it was getting weird. But me at that age, I didn't recognize it as getting weird. It was just like why does he keep asking? And then it got to a point where he said, why don't you just get in and you can show me, get in the car and you can show me where this is at, right? Me, I'm not thinking danger here, but my brain was functioning on, I'm going to be fucking late for school. Like, I'm late. I have to go. And that's what I told him. I was like, look, I'm late. I've really got to get to school. Like, I'm sorry, but I can't. And like, thank God I am punctual and don't like being late to shit, because literally I'm looking back and thinking that fucking saved my life. So Flow State, you give me shit all the time for how I'm an asshole about people being on time, but that saved my life.
I'm about to give you shit for how you were asked something unexplainable and you told a story of something
but to
entirely
me, in my
explainable.
brain, I think that would be unexplainable. Is it explainable?
You just explained the shit out of it.
But like, why would a child be so worried about not being or being late to school? What 8-year-old says I'm going to be late? Like,
they exist.
ADHD,
His daughter was
very
born
easy to explain.
She refused
They really do.
anything.
but to me, I recognize that as like there was a greater plan for me, and that moment was not it. That's how I consider it, because I think this is how we end up with missing children and dead kids and all of these other terrible things. And that was not the plan for me.
That was God doing for you what you could not do for yourself.
Exactly.
Or maybe it was her doing for herself what God gave her the ability to do it for herself. I don't know why Christians think it's virtuous to discard any good thing that they ever do, but accept the burden of every bad thing. What is with that instinct?
I don't necessarily accept every bad. I take all, like I said earlier, I consider all the
just
bad
said
things
God did for you what you couldn't do for yourself. She literally could do that for herself. Why do Christians feel the impulse?
I wouldn't have normally done that, though. I wouldn't have done that.
Yes, you would. That's
I am so helpful. I love
entirely in line with your nature, with your personality.
You know what the opposite of that? God helps those who help themselves. She helped herself.
What would have been out of character is for you to be like, oh, fuck school.
I got a white van by the river.
Mine says free Wi-Fi.
Mine has puppies.
I don't know.
Bullshit.
Me, I look back at that moment and I cannot necessarily explain why that went as perfectly as it could have. You know
I'm
what I
gonna
mean?
let you have this fake mystery.
Because, well,
Hold on.
what?
Hold on. No. Sarah, I can explain. Flow State does not believe in big F faith. He has no experience with it, no background with it. You can't explain it to him because he doesn't understand the definition of it.
I have a better unexplainable story than she does.
I'm sure you do because you have no faith, sir.
Why Flow State is here is still unexplainable. We have yet to figure out why.
For the sex.
Y'all leave Flow State alone. He sent me here. I'm a hired goon to have his back. So I need y'all to fall back, ladies. It's beautiful. I said beautiful. That means I drank too much. Look, let me tell you, these women have been disrespectful you all night. I'm missing letters and words. I'm almost to the point where I want to slur, but that's not what I want to talk about. I did have an unexplainable situation that happened to me, and I'm gonna address that story in probably about 90 seconds. The one thing that when you talk about, oh, something unexplainable, well, it happened when I got on this cast tonight. We're talking all deep. We're talking feminism. We're talking religion and relationships. And then I understood, like, I've been trying to understand this unexplainable occurrence of when I look at Resla, this guy, look, you're all right with me. It's not your fault. But I look at you, it looks like you're supposed to be riding motorcycles, working at a coffee shop, and sewing at the same time. I've never seen this.
Shut up,
Chuck. You got this do-rag, and he has this gray little tee. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about wrestling.
It's like when your lawyer gets a Harley.
When I look at him, he's borderline sophisticated. Like I'm very confused. Whoever put your outfit together is in Hollywood. But anyway, they're doing a great job. Dang, I can't even mention my unexplainable story because I can't get into the spiritual stuff. When I was dealing with cancer, I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't even want to flash back because it was some crazy stuff and people don't understand.
So you're not getting into it. I'm very depressed now, and I kind of
it takes me to a point that when I was 19. I was 19 and I had cancer, and it was a lot of strange things. It's because of the spiritual aspect, and so when I flash back, I'm like, y'all don't. You hear stories, but okay, dang, you gonna make me tell it, Squatch. I'm gonna tell you and get it over with.
You don't have to cause you trauma, but I'm saying people with big F faith have an understanding about the universe that people with little F faith can't grasp because they don't see the extraneous patterns. They don't acknowledge it as being something beyond the known. Oh, it's just cause and effect. It's just a deterministic.
I'm gonna say this, Squatch. People say they know evil. I was 19, cancer, had to leave school and eventually come back and finish it. I'm out the whole year, bone cancer, osteosarcoma. And, I'm going through the whole procedure, getting chemotherapy to shrink the tumor in my knee, so on and so forth. Haitian mama praying, oh, baby, I need everything to be the best. You got family. I'm like, dang, I'm a young G out here from South Florida, and now I'm up here in North Florida, and I got to leave school. Like, I don't know how to explain this. Like, cancer, 19, like, that's a different era. So I'm going through everything. Everything's great with the surgery, all of that. But then I had surgery, and I can't explain this, but I was laying on the sofa, sleeping, and if you knew, the old school, what you call it at the churches, not these darn pianos, just the whole organ, the organ, like the old school with the full big body one, not these little dainty ones.
Yes, sir.
All you heard was dong. I can't even describe it because it would make my flesh crawl back. And that's the sound, like it's completely quiet. When I hear that, my leg that I had surgery is, because I'm laying stomach down, is in a 90-degree angle, and it's like I'm fighting to get it straightened. I was like, this is some freaking what the hell. I immediately got to my knees. I'm like crying because I'm terrified. Like all I know is I'm sleeping, surgery went well, and I hear this dong, and then my knee is bent. I was like, okay, no, I could not explain that. Now, did I know there was a spiritual element? It had to be, but that just took me to a whole nother place in life. And I was like, okay, I see what it is. Because I had been connected with my emotions, but that freaked me out. But then it made me more conscious of, all right, now make sure you're doing the right thing, because things are wild out here in this world. I cannot explain that. That's mine. There you are.
Something, right? It wasn't so much what you saw and heard, but what you felt with senses you cannot describe.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can explain it. The senses are, everybody's emotions and senses are connected to all random things, but that doesn't indicate an explanation.
A strange statement. I will allow this for the moment, but
no, I'm saying everybody's emotions and senses are connected to a lot of things, but that doesn't mean things are.
I'm just saying it's a strange statement. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm simply moving on to Flow State because I have a prediction on how he will respond to your story.
Go ahead, Flow State.
Will you allow this to Powdered Dusty? Silence is consent.
Could you
Taking a shit.
Yeah. Oh, God. My brain took a shit.
Yeah, okay. No, it's fixing to take a worse one. So you were laying on the couch after surgery a few days?
Yeah, it was not immediately. It's not like I'm drugged up, I'm coherent. This is probably a week.
Distinction. Yes, I wanted to make that distinction specifically.
Okay, I'm not drugged up in a day after surgery.
More than his usual dose of prescription medication for post-op, right? Which is significant, and we will get to that. But that was a dream.
I think
right?
I was on subscriptions like that.
Hold on. Was that a dream? What was it?
Me?
It wasn't a dream. It was.
Yeah. Hold on, Bad Gemini.
Okay, I'm gonna answer one at a time. It wasn't a dream.
Flow State is agnostic. We share a faith, but we have a disagreement on this one point, right?
I didn't hear the story.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So, homie was asleep. He had an experience that had a life impact on him, long term, right? But he was asleep when it started, and he went back to sleep when it was done. And I would assume, from your perspective,
he said I went back to sleep. Nah, I was crying and I was on my knees. Like, what the heck just happened? I was too startled to go back to sleep. What you talking about?
Okay,
like, nah.
When you say on your knees, was you praying?
Suddenly?
Yeah, I went to that knees immediately. I'm crying. I'm like, God, I don't know what's going on. But I heard that. Okay.
Right. My point is,
just a heads up. We're gonna go for about 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to bed.
I'll be lucky if I last 3 more. Go ahead.
You didn't hear the story.
Y'all made me do it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So I think that it wasn't just a dream, but it probably wasn't as. I think that because I've had something sort of similar happen, not as extreme, but similar, and it wasn't. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like I think it's some sort of a stress. It's like stress just kind of pops through and resolves itself. It's weird. I don't know. Did you get that?
I hear what you're saying, Flow State, but it sounds like you're trying to explain something that is inexplicable.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't have words for it.
Got a pretty good idea what it is, though.
I'm fine with that paradigm. But just because I don't understand something doesn't mean that all of a sudden, like, oh my gosh, this is proof of God or something. You know, like I'm not going to try to take extra turf with that.
I just like to see you squirm, baby. You go back to relaxing in your chair. You look cool.
Mostly, I was squirming because I didn't hear the thing. But yeah, no, I have no issue with that. But nobody's trying to take too much ground with it, right? Nobody's like, and this proves X.
Right.
The Bible is true.
Anything.
But that definitely wasn't proving to God in terms of, because that was a bad feeling. It was a negative energy, you know.
But it was an energy.
It only went away with prayer.
It was something that resulted in you turning to God immediately.
Yeah, but now we're talking about a faith aspect, but the energy itself, you know, That
But
because some
wasn't
people
the
can say
faith
that
there to
doesn't
begin
prove
with?
anything.
But wasn't the faith there to begin with? Did you not learn your religiosity?
Well,
and
the faith was always there. The whole thing is the experience doesn't. The faith was going to be there regardless. That experience made me resort to, let me go to my faith, which was already there. It's not like I had to
Chuck, did
create
you
it
have
from
one that
that
was like
experience.
almost the same?
Yep, pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, mine was
Literally
different. To the
that,
extent it wasn't
that
terrible.
experience becomes your testimony, right? Like, and it's kind of like you wouldn't believe that to be what it was if you didn't already have the faith. It's like it solidified it. It gave it validation.
I got an unexplainable. When I was stationed in Germany, there was 3 times when I would wake up and tell the wife that there's something wrong back in the United States with her family, and all 3 times it turned out to be true.
I had the very same thing happen I've told this story before, but when I saved a girl's life because she was committing suicide, I sat up and I told her roommate who was in bed with me, I said, "We need to go back to your house because your roommate's trying to kill herself," and she was. But
yeah,
that's creepy.
What do y'all call that? Because I know we talked about coincidence and all that earlier. What is that? What do you interpret that as?
Well, could you
Divine.
say
viewing.
if you don't believe in right God, then would you say that boils down to your intuition of like patterns,
think-
right? Patterns equating to you developing a thought process that led you to believe that 1 + 1 = 2, and in that instance, the 2 is that she was going to harm herself.
But
it could be
but he
explained that
was
way, but I don't think that's what it is.
he was asleep and it woke him up.
All right.
No, I
Right,
wasn't asleep yet.
But even
Oh.
at that, like something in that led up to that moment, it could have been the entire last
with her.
week, right? The
with
entire
her.
last
You
week.
observed. You
Right.
observed your girlfriend's actions and her stories. You heard all of it. You didn't register it
possible.
consciously because it didn't matter. It wasn't anything that was
It's
important.
possible, but I've also like when I was in a car wreck and we rolled the car. It was 10 minutes after I was supposed to be home. It was 10 minutes after my curfew, and my dad texted me. Dad never texted to make sure I was okay because I was 10 minutes late. I was always 10 minutes late, right?
Uh-huh.
So that was actually the only time he ever did that. Was right after I got out of an upside down car.
Yes.
So things like that. So I don't think, and with both of them, I think that we're connected in a way that we don't understand. I don't know.
What do you
it
call
is.
it? Flow state? Because because we always have these terms. What is that? Because that's not a coincidence, or is it? Like, what do you call that?
I don't. Connected, I guess. I don't know.
Because the reason I bring this up, look, my mom, she passed, right, 2020. But before she passed, the first time, like before she passed, like my phone, because if I put it on vibrate, you don't have to put on side from all these stinking apps, fantasy, whatever it may be. I'm just silent. I have my phone on silent. I'm passed out sleep. I have a dream about my mama at that moment. I'm having a dream about my mom, and she has on all white. I'm in all white. I'm chilling. She has on these wedge heels. It's the craziest dream. I was like, man, she can't fit these wedge heels, which means she's walking and it's awkward. I put my hand around her waist and I say, hold up, don't, because she was trying to leave me, but it's like running awkwardly because these shoes don't fit. I said, hold on, mom, not right now. And we walking up is this 2-story house, whatever. All I do is open my eyes. What do I look at? Because my phone is on silent. I won't hear this vibrating. My sister is calling me. Hey, mom's in the ambulance right now. Her heart rate's low, blah, blah, blah. Just like that, instantaneously, right? And I'm like, so yeah, we can call it connection and all that. And I agree with all of that because I didn't do anything special. I'm currently dreaming about her, but it prompts me to wake up, pop open, and I'm looking. I turn to the side, phone's ringing, sister's calling me, mom's in the ambulance. And I'm like, man. And so when you don't have that connection, people just like, oh, life is crazy. But when you have it, we say it's freaky, but it's like that. Some people said premonition, that forewarning. it doesn't matter what we call it. The thing is, ultimately, yes, Flo, it is some type of connection, no matter what it's titled. So I do agree with that. I'm done capping.
And Kaiser comes in with the big two, and he says, "Thank you for entertaining the question, everyone." And you're absolutely welcome. I love the questions from the chat to the panel. And on that note, I'd like to get everybody a moment to say their final thoughts, and we're going to go ahead and shut this bitch down because Mama's going to Chuck, final thoughts from you, my love.
Everybody have a great night. Flo, you going live tonight?
No, I wasn't planning. I don't think so.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Thank you, Chuck. Glad we could have you. Resla, to you.
You have some very, very interesting thoughts that were going around the panel. I'm really going to have to think a little bit about it, especially the last one we just covered, like whether it's actually connection or rather it's coincidence. I don't know. I'm going to be thinking about that one for the night. Outside of that, I thought you guys had a really, really good conversation. It shifted into a lot of good topics that some I've gone through and some I've heard some new perspectives. So I'm really feeling it. And outside of that, guys, take care of yourselves out there. I appreciate the panel. Yeah, have a good one.
Look up remote viewing.
Much love, brother.
All right.
Sasquatch, to you.
Fairy Queen, you handled meeting me exceptionally well. Most people get completely put off. I'm not coming at you. I'm not attacking you. That's not the thing. I'm honestly curious and in a very aggressive way. I really want to know. That being said, I'm Caucasian Sasquatch. I have a channel on YouTube. I interview other YouTubers basically about YouTube and how they feel about it, why they get into it, what they're doing, what they're planning on doing, and what they would do if they happen to have 1 million subscribers tomorrow. That being said, if you want to get in touch with me, it's this here little name right here, Caucasian Sasquatch at Gmail. You can either support me by thinking happy thoughts because I don't accept donations and I'm not monetized. Or you could send me an email with a nasty limerick. That would be interesting. Drunk thoughts are also cool. Subscribe to Resla. He's actually got a pretty good thing going on over there. The powder.
He's got that GS drama market cornered, man.
You notice why I didn't bother saying anything. I'm trying to sort that out right now.
You don't like it, man. When God gives you a blessing, you accept that motherfucker.
It's messing up the premise of my
but
you have a premise for your channel.
Hold on.
That's the difference. I don't have one for mine.
I had a conversation with Resla about GS like 3-4 weeks ago now. Like I laid out everything that I knew about the guy. Was like, this is what I'm aware of that happened. I'm not passing judgment on. I'm just saying this is the things I witnessed with mine own eyes, and you can make your own decision. But dude, it is a revenue cow, bro. Lol cows are meant to be milked. Don't miss the bus.
Hey,
Powdered Dusty, you definitely need some single service little tear open patches so that you can sell some powdered dust.
I had a single serving GS Lol cow short earlier today.
Bad Gemini, final thoughts from you.
We're talking, Mom.
I'm fucking tired.
It was nice meeting you, Fairy Queen.
Nice to meet you too.
Sarah, you disappointed me because you didn't lip gloss enough. I don't know what was going on. Maybe your wrists are hurting because you've been adjusting your mic all night, so you got sore wrists, whatever that means. But yeah, so hopefully you get it right and we get more gloss from you. Fairy Queen, I'm glad I can make a grown woman blush. It's not often I do that, but when I do, I feel like I'm the man. So thank you. My wife is proud of you for you bringing the best qualities out of me. It's all right, boo. You can go back to sleep. But anyhow, when it comes to Flow State, I have no problem with him. Cap on backwards. He's cool. He's that guy. Wrestler, I already talked about him earlier. Sasquatch, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I need to give my brain a rest. So when it looks like, when I look at all that, I had a great night. And that's that. And that's my final thoughts. I'm out. Y'all take care.
Thank you, Gemini.
Good night.
Flow State, to you.
Good talk. Yeah, remote viewing is what I would call it. I mean, I know it's not exactly literally remote viewing, the connection thing, but he's gone. But it's similar enough that I think it's the same phenomenon. And remote viewing is well established and researched. What else did I have to say? Okay, well, good talking to y'all. And if you're not subscribed to the new channel, Powdered Dusty, just like that, Sarah will drop it in the main chat for you in just a second. And yeah, I'm trying to rush this monetization up on the new channel as fast as possible. I still do have the old channel as well, and I still use it. But I'm trying to build up this one as well.
Fairy Queen to you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for tolerating me this evening. It's also very nice to meet and to talk to each of you. Thank you guys for hopping on. It was nice to talk to all of you guys. Good conversation. And I guess, like, because I was asked to come to talk on the issues, okay? I will just tell you, like, my final thoughts on that are, I really think that, like, most of talking about feminism, like, we pretend like it's really just about gender. We pretend it's really just war of the sexes, when I really think that a lot of this argument is really just boils down to money. It boils down to money, it boils down to resources, and where you're going to get them and how you're going to sustain them, okay? That's really, like, what most of... And I actually think that, like, the reason, like, why you're seeing more gender war stuff, like, on YouTube and, like, online, it's because the real thing that everyone is saying is, I don't have enough money and I need to make more money. And men and women are responding to that, I think, in different ways. For women, it's more of the trad wife, you know, girl, all that stuff, okay? For men, you know, it's why talking about immigration and talking about jobs and, like, the economy is, like, spiked. So anyway, that's all for now. Thank you, guys. Nice to talk to you all.
Yeah. And thank you, Fairy Queen, for coming on tonight, because I did have the questions about radical feminism and kind of where your foundations stand. And I think it was really a kind gesture for you to come on and openly discuss your thought processes and kind of go through the motions with me. That was really... there's a lot of good lessons in there, and kind of, well, is it this, is it that, what, you know, where's it going? And I think it led to a lot of great other conversations, which is what I love panels for, because you can start on topic A and end on topic Z really fast, and that's what makes a good panel, to be able to shift as you go along. And shout out to Caucasian for bringing a lot of those questions up. You little weirdo, you and all your weird questions. I love it, though. I truly enjoy these types of deeper thoughts instead of people just yelling at each other on a panel all the time. But yes, to the panel, thank you for joining tonight. And to the chat, we love you. And then quick shout out to Q-Tard, my favorite name, coming in with the big 2. Wait, what? Y'all crazy. How is this still live? Yeah, I know. It is 2 o'clock in the morning for me. And thank you, Q-Tard. And then Prancess coming in with another 2. Sorry, I can't be there to soy it up. In any event, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We enjoyed having you here, and I will see you members tomorrow for the 12 o'clock members only lunch special. And then Saturday night, debate with Melanie, the Furby Fox, and Speakeasy are duking it out. And then I'm still working on Mod Monday, which, if it works out, it's going to be great. I love you all. Thank you, and fuck off.
This video was somewhat informative. That's all I got for today. Until next time, see ya.